Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today is going to be a special day. Because today, I go back to my roots. To where it all began. Starting from being a wee lad, playing gacha games and re-rolling all day, every day. Until there was nothing left but the best possible start within every single game I played. And today, we shall achieve such perfect start by getting not only Hollow Ichigo, we also gonna try to go for either Byakuya or Urahara on the same account. Because that's one of the best teams. Those three individuals make the most outstanding performance, shall we say, within this game. And I wanna get that team because I like all three characters. And if I can get two of them, I can get the third one for guaranteed. So that's basically gonna be our plan for today. It's gonna be a little bit more of a chill stream. Also, just a heads up, I'm new to the game because yesterday after stream I received like a copyright notice, and it was because of the Ichigo theme song. So while we're gonna be re-rolling, the song will be playing constantly, and I just don't want to deal with muting the stream later. So I just put some background music, a little bit of a chiller vibe, and that's basically gonna be our accompaniment for today. Because unfortunately, I don't think you can turn off just the music in a game. I was gonna leave like the sound effects or whatnot, but I don't think you can do that. So that's a bit unfortunate, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So with that being out of the way, we have a lot of things to do, and let's see if we can get it on the first try. I did a little bit of re-rolling yesterday, and it doesn't take too long. It only takes about 15 minutes, I'd say. 20 if you like doing it on the slower side. But it's relatively a streamlined process. There's not much deviation, and you get decent amount. You get like a limited 10 pull, and you can also get, if you get SSR on the limited one, you can do 3 10 pulls on standard banner. Which is pretty good. 40 pulls after like 15 minutes of re-rolling is pretty decent. Because these kinds of games usually have pretty long re-rolling process, which takes a while, but I'm glad that this one doesn't. Because it will go a long way. And also this will allow me to polish my skills, shall we say, with like dodging and also blocking, because I'm still a little bit finicky on that. I did map out my keys, so I got a little bit better, because yesterday after stream, I had a choice to make, whether I would go to bed like a responsible adult, or spend almost the entire night until 5 AM re-rolling. And if you know anything about me, I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you which option I chose, because it was clearly re-rolling. And I did re-roll until 5 AM, and I got Ichigo once, right? So I know how he plays. I played with him a little bit. But the problem was, the second character that I did get was Ikaku. And if you watched yesterday's stream, you know that that man put fear of God in me. So I didn't really want to play with Ikaku, as you can probably gather already. And yeah, so I had to abandon the account and run like the wind. And that is why today we're gonna try, as I said, either get Byakuya or Urahara. I mean, I guess I'll settle for Tosen as well, because Tosen is pretty good. I'm not really looking for Komamura, because from what I've seen, he doesn't really have a good team going. Because the only DPS that he can use right now is Yoruichi, and she is good, but she's not amazing. And she heavily relies on like dodging attacks, which is not particularly my kind of gameplay. I like to go close and personal, and whatever happens, happens type situation. I'm not a big dodger, shall we say. Alright, so I still need to map out my counter. The problem is, I don't know which key to bind it to, because I put my sprint on shift, and the main attack on space, and obviously WASD for movement, Q and E for like the main two skills. But I don't really know where to put the dodge. Oh, counter rather. I can probably bind it to F, I guess. It's quite close. But I keep forgetting to press it. Because you can only counter when the icon shows up. And I instinctively just dodge instead of counter. Because I'm not used to having counter as an option. Hi there, Sadvik. Glad to see you. How you doing? Ooh, don't do that. Big Fish Face is defeated. Let me bump up the music a little bit because it's a little bit quiet. Yeah, that should be better. Let me know if the music is at some point too loud. Because on my end, it's fine, but for you guys, I think the audio gauge is a little bit higher. So it might be a little bit louder. Alright, need to do the QTs. How you doing, Sadvik? Okay, good. As I was saying, the reason why I put some background music is because yesterday, when we were re-rolling, or rather playing the game, I got a copyright claim for like the #1 Ichigo's theme song, and the thing is, it starts playing within like the first battle you play whenever he awakens his Soul Reaper powers. So I didn't really want to deal with that, so that's why I kind of put some, you know, chill lo-fi beats for us to zone in with. And also, you know, it has been a while since we just had a nice chill stream, you know, where I'm not losing my mind over stuff and things. That's gonna be nice. Unless we're gonna be here re-rolling for like 13 hours, in which case I'm gonna be probably regretting. I know, it's such a good song as well, and you know, Ichigo's theme song, like how more iconic can you get? And apparently it was copyright struck, you know? I know, Sadvik, I know. It's unfortunate. But just life for you, what can you do? What can you do? Alright. I was re-rolling yesterday for a little bit, and I actually got relatively lucky, because I got Ichigo, I think, on my first 10 pull, in like the first account I re-rolled on. But the problem was that I got Ikaku on my second 10 pull, and after that I didn't get anything, and I was like, I like Ichigo, but I don't really want to play with the bald man. I played 4 hours with him yesterday, and I think that was enough for me to realize that I like my characters with a nice luscious set of hair. And that's just how it is, you know? Unless we're talking about Yamamoto, because, you know, that's the only bald man that I'll allow within my team. Ikaku is unfortunately not one of them. Alright. I know, Sadvik, that man will never leave me alone. He wants to challenge me to a battle every time he gets an option, and I'm not gonna stand for that. Because to me, I'm a man of principles. I set out on a mission, and that is to get Byakuya or Urahara together with Hollow Ichigo. That is only 2 reasonable consequences that I will accept. Torsen? Maybe. Maybe. I'll have to see. I'll have to see. But those are our goals today. I will try my best to achieve it. Because the thing is, getting Ichigo is a hard part, because you kind of guaranteed an SSR within 50 pulls on standard banner, and you only need like 40 tickets for that. So that's not too hard to get, but obviously with Ichigo we only get 1 10 pull, and a few singles here and there. I think you get like 5 or so. So it's about 15 pulls in total, which is not terrible. I mean, back in the day, I used to reroll with like singles for limited characters, so I'm used to the grind. And I think the rates are not too bad, and also, obviously, you don't have 50-50, so if you do get a 5-star, you get literally the one. The Aegis Unlimited banner. Also, yesterday, after stream, I just took a peek at, like, war limited characters are coming out soon, and I think Bankai Toshio is gonna be releasing soon. I don't know if he's next one, but he's on the horizon, and he has like his Daingen Horimaru wings and everything. So that's gonna be kind of hype, because I love my boy Toshiro. I know, Sadvik, but like back in the day, as I said, I had all the time in the world and no self-respect. So I would reroll with singles. One of the games that I did reroll with singles was Honkai Star Rail when I started playing that, because you didn't get 10 pulls for limited banner. And I don't think you had enough spiritual J's to pull either. So I think you had like, you only had standard banner tickets, and also you had, I believe, like the exchange tickets. So you could get like 3-4 pulls, and I would re-roll constantly for Zyla. And yeah, that was bad. I know, Toshiro. Imagine adult Toshiro. You know, from 1000 Year Blood War arc. I'm gonna be real with you. When they release that guy, that's a real moneymaker, because going from like child Toshiro to an adult Chad that he is quite a transformation. Let me tell you. And I'm waiting. But the thing is, they still haven't had like regular captains, because you know we're still missing Unohana, we're still missing Kyoraku, Ukitake. We still don't have lieutenants. Like there's no my boy Machiro, the cannonball himself, the moneymaker, literal moneymaker. The man has golden ring on every single finger, and we need justice for them. I know, I would go into financial deficit on the country level. Nation will be depleted of its old treasury just for me to get Bankai Toshiro. Because let me tell you something, when I used to play Bleach Brave Souls, back in a very distant 2018, 2019, somewhere there, the first 1000 Blood Year War characters that got released, I think were Yachiro, they were Bankai Unohana, and Kenpachi, like Bankai Kenpachi, I think. And the second ones were Adult Toshiro, Kamamura, I think, was one of them. I don't remember exactly. I think Kamamura was one of them, and somebody else who escapes my mind. But the other two didn't matter. Bankai Toshiro was an absolute beast in that game. When he first released, he was just doing things that nobody else could, because he was the first character that had a full AoE, full screen ultimate, full screen third skill, I think half screen second skill, and like a dash on his first skill, and that was amazing. I know. And that was like 3 or 4 years into the game. And that was a big one. Because nowadays they release 1000 Year Blood War characters like every other month. But back in the day, you actually had to wait for them because they weren't releasing there regularly. You would get one maybe every 3-4 months. So if you miss them, you were kind of screwed, essentially. And I think Bankai Toshiro hasn't been re-released until like 6 months down the line afterwards. So it was relatively hard to get them as well. And I remember, I saved up, I think, about, I want to say, 20-30 pulls. And I got him within the first 5-10 pulls, and I was so happy. That was like the happiest moment I ever had playing that game, because I had like the perfect artifacts for him as well. I had like the perfect setup with perfect spiritual pressure rolls, and he was just slaying. And also he was really good at PvP. Absolutely no worries, Savik. I'll catch you in a bit. But yeah, that was an absolute treat when I got him, because I was playing co-op and having so much fun with him that I don't think any other character compared was even close to that kind of level. And that was for a while, actually. He was, I think he was still meta for like 2-3 years afterwards. Nowadays, I don't really know what he does, to be honest. I haven't played the game in ages, but that was quite an experience. And this might be, you know, me reliving that time. Alright, we almost, while I was blabbering away, I think we're almost done with our first reroll. As I was saying, it's relatively quick. There's not much, like, hustle with doing it. It probably would have been faster if I did multi-instance, but I kind of want to, you know, take this as a practice as well, just to polish my dodging and combat skills, shall we say, a little bit. Because training makes perfect. You know, as every protagonist, I gotta go through my training arc in order to unlock my Shikai and then eventually Bankai. Become the true gamer god that I was destined to be. Now. Okay, so let's see what we can get on our first run. Let me take a quick peek. Alright. Ichigo? Come on, come to me on a first tempo. Ah, doesn't look like it. Yashiro is actually really good, because she actually supports Bankai Ichigo a lot, so if you don't have, like, SSR characters, she is actually quite goated. Okay, let's do singles. And see if I can get some luck in them, shall we say. Okay, nothing so far. No, nothing here either. Okay, we got another 2. Okay, nothing there. So unfortunately the first temple is a dud, but that's okay. That's okay. You expect it, you know. I never get lucky on the first try, unless it's off stream, because I always get lucky then. But also, this is what I found with this game. So apparently you can do like salted accounts with Crunchyroll, where you just put a random email address. It literally doesn't have to be a real one, and basically just import whatever email and just create an account, and that way you can keep re-rolling without actually refreshing the data. So like you sign out now and just basically connect to a Crunchyroll. This is obviously if you do it in the emulator. I'm not sure how complex it is if you do it from the phone, but it's probably similar enough. And then you obviously can bind it to your like actual Gmail later after you're done with re-rolling, and that should be relatively simple. So the entire like full re-roll takes about 20 minutes, I'd say, with like account making and whatnot. You can probably do it faster if you pre-make a bunch of accounts, but I think it's simpler just to do it one at a time, because you don't want to pre-make like 100 accounts and then just get him on the first try and then feel like an absolute doofus. Okay, let's go back in it. Actually, would need to check the settings if I can enable at least like character voices and whatnot, because I don't think there was an option for that yet, but I'm not sure, to be honest. Alright, let's see what we got here. I think I know. It's a fishman, isn't it? Good. I'm getting better slightly with the counters. Still a little bit of a foreign mechanic for these kinds of games for me, because I'm always used to having counter after you like flash steps and whatnot. You basically just press attack after you sidestep, but this is fine. Here we are, in full glory, Shikai unlocked. Well, actually not Shikai, just regular soul power, I guess. I still can't believe the Bleach gods forsaken me and actually gave me copyright claim yesterday. I was so upset. I was re-rolling at 1 AM and there I saw it in my feed. And you know what? I'll never be the same. Now I'm going to be constantly paranoid whenever the songs comes up in this game later on. I'm just gonna be like, okay, well, I guess not today either. Alright, Fishman, enough with your antics. I got re-rolling to do. I wish this can't seem more skippable as well, but it is what it is. Got some QTE action. Can't go wrong with that. I'm pretty sure my experience with slaying these fish demons will be so great that I'll just be able to put fear of God and anime into their soul as soon as one sees me. By the time I'm done here. Alright. Let's keep going. Mr. Urahara's leg. You gotta appreciate it every time you see it. Right, that's sorted. Back to the grind. I kind of wonder if there's a little bit of like re-rolling tech that I can unlock in this game, because usually with these kinds of games, I always look for like the fastest way to re-roll, and that is by using certain like exploits, like for example, exiting certain stages to like make the re-rolling faster. Because originally, I think you are forced to do stage 6 and 7 in this game when you go through tutorial. But I found out if you exit after stage 6, like as soon as you're forced to enter it, you can actually save like solid 2-3 minutes on reroll. And that's the kind of tech I'm talking about. And I'm always looking for little ways to speed it up. Alright. We might be able to discover something else though. But I'm pretty sure the quest doesn't actually unlock for completing the gacha, like the first gacha pool that you need to do for story. It doesn't actually get unlocked until stage 5, so I don't think you can skip it. Because stage 5 is pretty time consuming. It takes like 2-3 minutes to complete. Fighting Noah's brother, which is no ideal. But we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping it won't take too long, because I kind of wanted to play around with Ichigo a little bit and see if I can understand his prowess. From what I've seen, he's really good, because he has quite fast movement set, and I enjoy that, because usually with hack and slash kind of games, I'm not a big fan of slow characters. I like my characters nice and speedy, because I want to make some fun. Unless they intentionally slow, that is, like for example supports or whatnot, because I think Byakuya, on one of his skills, it might be ultimate though, he intentionally is having like a long animation, so you can combine his skills with somebody else's and kind of do like a little combo situation, which I don't mind. In those kinds of scenarios, it's fine, but like characters like, for example, Kamamura, his ultimate is fun as all get out. Like, going into his bankai and just slashing around is awesome. But he is on the slower side, which makes him a little bit finicky to play around with. But I think he's support anyway, so you're not playing him as a main DPS. You probably could, but that's not his intended role, shall we say. Okay. Back to disciplining noise, brother. This acid wire. Yeah, I remember yesterday while I was re-rolling, this guy actually gave me quite a lot of trouble because for countering him, he kind of does it sporadically. There's no set movement pattern to him. It's not like after a tail whip attack, he does the counter attack. So it's a bit harder to go against him because of that, because you can't guarantee that every single run is going to be exactly the same. So in some runs, I was able to like speed run him in half a minute flat, and some took me like 3 minutes just because he would keep dodging and like evading my moves, and that was annoying as all get out. But I think we're gonna be pretty good on this one. About a minute run, that's not too bad. Oh, come on. There we go. Alrighty. Greater Inoue. But yeah, I'll show you what I meant when I said you can actually just exit this stage, because if you don't, I'm pretty sure it forces you to go all the way up to stage 7, and they just extra time wasted, to be honest. But you kind of have to be fast about it, because I think otherwise it locks you into the fight. So whenever she like pulls her ultimate and then does a skill, you just have to pause the battle and exit immediately. And that way, this shaves off like solid 2 minutes or so. And you just run and complete these little quests. Because I think this is an actual quest that unlocks the gacha summons, not the main story. It could also be unlocking on level 3, but you can't really get XP anywhere besides main story at the beginning, so kind of stuck in there. You gotta help this little guy every time. Unleash his spiritual prowess. Oh, didn't mean to do that. There we go. Right, that's sorted. Right, let's see if our second gacha endeavor will be a little bit more fruitful this time. Alright, Ichigo, don't do me dirty this time. Come on. Oh. Well, this is an Ichigo. I probably should have been a little bit more specific with the kind of Ichigo I wanted, but I would like a bankai Ichigo, please. Not the Shikai one. Okay, let's see if we can get some singles luck. And still got a couple more. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. I keep instinctively pressing escape button, but it takes off full screen, which is kind of annoying. Okay, the second one was done as well. That is okay though. That is alright. We'll get there eventually. Okay, let's reroll this quickly. Okay. Oh wait, hold up. Use that one. Forgot. Need to change the number at the end. Okay, there we have it. I probably should preempt the next one and actually do one more. Go. Nope. Hold up. Hold up. Wrong button. There we go. There we go. Now we can go back. Alright. Back to the Karakura town. The amount of time I lifted this vase is immeasurable. This girl must be super happy. And also, who's knocking it down all the time? Every 15 minutes some rogue comes around and knocking it down. What kind of street are we living in? Unbelievable. Let's go back at it again, Rukia. Time to earn your keep. Actually, Rukia seems like probably the best SI in this game, because she does quite a lot. And the freeze is actually pretty strong in this game, because I think it shreds defense, and also obviously stagnates the enemy, which is pretty nice. And I think if you have Torsen, you get 30% extra ice damage to everyone just by him being in a team. So he's pretty huge for them as well. I think he'll most likely be like the best friend of Toshira when he comes out, because he will definitely be freezing people. I'll be very surprised if he hasn't. They release Toshira with Fire Sword instead, you know? The alternative universe version. Alright, fish head is down. Or is it? Didn't like that. Come on, Mr. Fishman, just cooperate. All I'm here for is to get some pulls, you know? I'm not here looking for a fight. In fact, if you look the other way, I won't tell anyone. Alright, the fish face is slain. Oh, always forget about these QTEs. I don't actually know if they do anything, or influence anything rather. But I assume not really. Alright, back in it we go. The war waits us ahead. Probably more fights. I still can't believe we haven't fought Angler. Because that was like one of the biggest fights, I believe, at the beginning. Unless I'm misremembering and it's later. But I don't think so. I'm pretty certain it's almost at the very beginning. Because that's when Ichigo like discovers about his mother and whatnot. And I was kind of looking for that. But it is what it is, I guess. They did take a little bit of a liberty with the story, to be honest, pacing, because they didn't cover, like, absolutely everything, but I kind of was hoping they would. So it's not like the complete story, rather, because in some of these games, it's like a complete written down story, kind of, and then you get a bunch of stages, but in here it's more like story-esque, shall we say? Because like these hollows, I think they're not really from anime, or at least I don't remember seeing them like that. So I think they were specifically made for like a game, which is kind of nice, you know? A little new design always goes a long way. Gives it a nice little fresh feel, I'd say. Oh, come on, don't do that. Ooh, I can't wait until our boy Kenpachi arrives. That's gonna be a glorious day. Because Kenpachi is probably my second favorite character in Bleach. It's between him and Byakuya, really, because I love them both. But Kenpachi just has an aura unlike anyone else. You know, the man is a walking aura farming machine. Because the amount of disrespect that he shows to his enemies is quite nice. And I believe you do actually get to fight him in the story later on. I don't think we got to that yet, since we only fought Ikaku. But I do think you get to actually fight him in the story too. So that will be kind of interesting, because I assume his skill set is probably going to be what he actually will be playable like in the game later. So that will be interesting to see. Just how cool he is. Like, obviously it might not be exactly the same, but it would be similar enough, I'd say. Okay, Blinder yet again. You would think this man would learn. But going against me after 3 attempts already is not a wise choice, but I feel like Rerolling is what regression protagonists go through all the time, you know? It just feels like a game to them at this point. And they know exactly what they're doing, who they're fighting, what they're gonna do in the future. So everything is predetermined for them. Yet sometimes, here and there, you know, some unexpected variable arrives. That's exactly how I feel. Hi there, Liz. Glad to see you. How was your big day yesterday? Did you do anything exciting? How big is your cake was, also? Did you blow out the candles and everything? You did, you know, did your ceremonial speech in front of the masses of good old Mexico? Ensuring that you will provide them with prosperity for centuries to come. Provided they provide a tribute worthy of your stature. Okay, there we go. Yes, Liz, what's up? What was the ominous dots at the end? What do you mean? I I literally didn't even say anything. I just said stature. You implied now. You projected if anything, and that's on you, not on me. Unbelievable. I get accused as soon as you arrive already, and I haven't even done anything. I haven't even joked about... Actually, you know what? I won't say. Because that probably will rattle you up. So I'll refrain for now. Maybe a little bit later. All right. So what do we get? Oh, these circles. I keep doing my head in. Okay, there we go. That's sorted. Right, let's see. A giant cake, very nice, Liz, very nice. What kind of flavor? What are we talking here? What are the ingredients types? Are we talking like the sacred creams of this peak of Snow Everest itself? Alright, let's collect all of these. I still don't really know what this Kinpachi one is, because it's not a card that I can put, so I'm not sure what it entails. I keep pressing escape just by habit. It keeps minimizing the screen. Actually, you know what I can do? I can probably just do this. Just make it big enough. So every time I actually do press escape, now it's not gonna be going into a little screen mode. Oh, I see. So you're doubling down, Liz. Double dipping. I mean, can't blame you. Been there, done that. Look, I know I said I would like Ichigo, but this is not the kind of Ichigo I'm talking about. Not Shikai, Bankai, you know, starts with a B, not with an S. Unbelievable, the disrespect the man is daring to unleash upon me is preposterous. Alright, let's see if singles can bless us. Doesn't look like it. No, still got a couple more tries. You didn't choose a flavor. I see, well. I mean, beggars can be choosers. Sometimes if somebody brings you a cake, you gotta eat it off courtesy. You can't just say no. That's why whenever people ask me if I want a cake for my birthday, I say no. And instead I said, bring me cheesecake. Because cheesecake, I'll eat any kind. Like, you literally put cheese on top of crumbled biscuits, and I'll eat it. I don't care what flavor it is. It could be granite flavor for like I'll still probably enjoy it tremendously. Okay, let's alright, I already did that, so that's fine. What flavor are you thinking of? Are you thinking like a nice passion fruit? White chocolate, maybe? Or like a nice raspberry? Ooh, like a tangy one, you know? You see, these people with their cakes, they don't understand the prowess that the cheese has. Because only a thinking man or woman would understand. The cheesecake is the goat of cakes. Regular cake doesn't even come close. Because with regular cake, well, you have like a cream and a bunch of dough layers. With cheesecake, you get nothing but cheese and a little bit of crust. Just a tiny bit. With cake, is the other way around. The good stuff you get very little of. And all the, like, nobody cares about stuff, like the actual cake itself. Nobody wants it, let's be real. Whenever you get a cake, you get it for the toppings. You know, for the cream, for the fruit, whatever you put, you know, jam, whatever is there. That's what you get it for. The actual cake is whatever. Nobody cares about that. But with the cheesecake, you only get the good parts. Because the crust is actually good in the cheesecake. Because it's just crumbled cookies, you know? There's nothing bad about it. And also, a lot of cakes, maybe that's just my own prerogative, but I feel like a lot of cream on cakes actually sucks. And that is because it tastes kind of plasticky, and the only exception to that is sour cream frosting. Sour cream frosting is bomb. Anything else is kind of whatever. I don't like it, to be honest. But then again, I'm not a big cake connoisseur to begin with, so I don't really have a horse in the race, shall we say. Manga roll. Ooh, that sounds exotic. That does sound good. Is it like mousse on the inside or something? Because manga is pretty good. A lot of the time, manga flavor can be a hit or miss for me personally, because sometimes it's too artificial in a dessert. But if it's like a proper manga flavor, it actually goes hard. That does sound pretty nice. Because like one of my personal favorite cheesecake is passion fruit cheesecake. And it tastes really good. And manga is kind of in a similar family to that. Where you get this like nice sweetness, but you also get a little bit of a sour note with it. Which is very nice. And it's also not too rich, because I don't really like chocolate flavored desserts that much, because after eating like, I don't know, a chocolate roll or something, you feel like you're having a brick in your stomach, but with a nice fruity dessert like that, you're feeling pretty good afterwards. I know, Liz, I know. It's goated. And especially if you get it from like a proper place, which specializes in cheesecakes. Oh, it's so good. Because it has like the little thin layer of passion fruit, I don't know, jam, I guess it would be. With like little bits of passion fruit on top. And it just goes so nice. Oh, it balances the richness of like ricotta base. Or, you know, whatever you make the cheesecake with. So beautifully. It's like, it's such a nice complement to each other. Because you want to offset the rich cream. You don't really want to have too much of the cheesiness. Otherwise, it just ruins the balance. That's why crust is important as well. Because a good cheesecake has a good crust. Because it's all about the balance of flavors, you know? You don't want to just eat cheese. Cheese, as good as cheese is, you can't eat just cheese. That's too much. And too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Well, the thing is, I don't really have any bakery near me. The closest one is like 15 miles away, and that's too long. I can't drive to a bakery to get a dessert. And also, I don't really eat sweets nowadays. Like, I very rarely eat sweets. Ah, well... You see, actually, you know who actually got me onto passion fruit in general desserts? It was actually my mother. Because she loves passion fruit just as a fruit. So, the first time I had, like, passion fruit dessert... She made, like, passion fruit, what was it? Crepes. So she basically took, like, made crepes, and then made passion fruit cream, and stuffed, little crepes with passion fruit, and then put little slices of, I think, what was it? I don't remember if it was passion fruit itself or some other fruit. It could have been banana, because I was really into banana. And I think she might have put some banana for me personally. But that was so good. I remember tasting it for the first time, and it blew my mind. I was like 10 at the time. And whew, let me tell you, stuff it was goated. Because passion fruit is one of those fruits where it doesn't have like a very bold flavor, but the flavor they does have is very refreshing. Like, I can just eat it all the time. Because with passion fruit itself, like, I wouldn't be able to eat passion fruit by itself too much. Because the texture is just a little bit off-putting for me. I'm not the biggest fan of texture of the fruit itself, but the flavor. Ooh, the flavor is goated. It's the same with, like, I don't know if you heard of the fruit called, I think it's called pomelo or something, and it's basically this giant, it's like a giant orange that's yellow, and also it has just a bunch of white fibers on the inside. It has, like, almost coconut fibers. And when you peel it, you just get this ginormous citrus-like consistency. And the one, you peel it off kind of like an orange. And one of those slices is the size of a watermelon slice. I'll see if I can find it in a bit. But that was, like, one of my favorite fruits growing up. I used to love it. Because it bursts with, like, juices. And it basically... It's like a ginormous mixture between orange and lemon. And it has a nice citrusy flavor, but it's also really sweet. Yeah, give me a second. Like, after this stage, I'll show you what I mean. Because that fruit is goated. And I think it actually comes from Latin America, from what I know. I could be wrong on that, but... I don't think it grows in Europe. So you can only, like, import it. And I haven't seen it in a whole minute, but I used to get it in like this giant net in a supermarket. It was kind of, you were carrying like a watermelon essentially, and we used to have it every New Year, like as a dessert. You would have a bunch of fruit, and one of those like pomelo type situations, my grandparents used to get me, used to get two. One for everybody else and one for myself, because they knew that if there was one on the table, I was gonna eat it all. Because at first few times they got it for me, I just sneakily ate like 85% of it and didn't leave anything for anyone else. And, you know, they're just me being me. But, yeah, that was always my treat. Okay, let me see if I can find it for you, because it's awesome. And if you ever get a chance to actually see it in a supermarket, try it. You will not regret it. Oh yeah, it's called pomelo. Okay. So let me show you this. So, pomelo is the largest citrus fruit now to Southeast Asia. Okay, it's actually Asia, never mind. With a thick rind and sweet juicy flesh, and is less acidic than grapefruit. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. It's like a mixture between grapefruit and orange rather than lemon. I only ate it raw, but I haven't had it in cooking. But this is what it looks like. So it's like, it's a mixture between an apple and a grapefruit, if that makes sense. It's a very strange concept, but it's exceptionally sweet, and it also has a very, like, soury notes. I didn't even know there's different types of them. I only ever had the yellow one. This is the only one I ever had. I didn't know there's a red one, a pink one, honey. Well, maybe I had honey one. Because this one looks like the one I used to have. I never seen the other three. White, maybe. But not pink one or red one. Man, there's so much to life. I haven't even seen this. But yeah, this is goated. So if you ever go to like a grocery store and you see one of these, try it. I'm telling you, it's an absolute treat. The rind is super thick though. Yeah, so I was thinking it was honey one. So I assume white one is a regular one, because I only ever seen a yellow. I never seen a green or orange or Well, I had never seen it red, that's for sure. But that's interesting, because as I said, I only ever seen it like this. Like, pale yellow. And I always thought that was basically what it was. But I didn't know there's different types, so I guess some of it looks like actual grapefruit. And I love grapefruit. Grapefruit is awesome. I can eat just a whole grapefruit by itself, easy. Because I like the little bitterness it gives, and it's a very like sour flavor, which I love tremendously. But, man, I'll try to find, if I can find the other three and try them out, because now I'm curious what they actually taste like. I never had these before. The honey one is the only one I had, which makes sense now that I'm telling you that it was really sweet. But this was like the absolute goat of fruits while I was growing up. I don't think I've had anything better, personally, fruit-wise at least. And I'm telling you, if you never had it, it's an experience you will never forget. But I think it's pretty hard to find, because I didn't know it was from Asia. I originally thought it was from South America, because it kind of looked like guava, almost, on the outside. So I thought, oh, maybe it's, you know, some derivation of, like, grapefruit or whatever. But that's interesting. Because I haven't really seen it before in Asia either. Like, whenever I go to Japan, I never really seen it. But then again, I haven't looked. So that's interesting, because I assume it's like from either Thailand or like Indonesia or somewhere where it actually grows. But man, that brought a lot of memories for myself, because it has been a whole minute since I tried one. I think the last time I had it was probably about 5 years ago. And that's mostly because you just don't get them here. They're pretty rare. Well, I would assume it would be relatively easy because you're relatively close to that part of the world. Unlike me, I'm kind of stuck in the middle. So we don't really get those kinds of fruits here, unfortunately. Which is sad. But it is what it is. As I said, I used to eat them like as often as I could find them. And the thing is, they weren't even that expensive, to be honest. They were relatively affordable. They costed like a little bit more than regular grapefruit, but they were massive. Like I'm telling you, the biggest one I ever seen was the size of a watermelon. Like a medium-sized watermelon, but watermelon nonetheless. And the only, like, tricky factor about them is sometimes you get a lot of, like, the white bits, the flesh, or, like, the husk, rather. So it's a little bit hard to peel it sometimes, especially if it's a little bit underripe, which usually you would get, because, you know, they have to ship them unripe, otherwise they would spoil. But, yeah, that's the only tricky part. But if you get the yellow one, I'm telling you, the yellow one was goated. As I said, I haven't tried the other three, but the yellow one, absolute treat. Because it did have like a honey taste, and now it makes sense, because it was really sweet. And I never pieced it together, because I didn't know that there was other kinds. That was the only one I ever seen. Well, that's good to know. Now my mission in life is to find the other three and try them, and then compare and contrast. And find out which one is the best. Because I like grapefruit. I love sour things. But the thing is, the sweet one was really good too. So, I assume the white one is probably the most like middle of the road, because probably the most regular. And it would be most likely between the honey one and the red one for me. But then again, I could be wrong. The regular one might come out of the woodworks and just blow me away. Yeah, the thing is, I love sour things. I grew up eating like sour candy all the time. One of the desserts that I used to eat was my great-grandparents, whenever I would visit them, they would always have lemons, right? Because they had like a lemon tree in the backyard. And I would just grab a lemon, I would wash it, I would slice it, and then I would dip it in sugar. Like, I would just take a jar of sugar, pour a little bit in like a little ramekin, and then just take the lemon slices, dip it in sugar, and just eat it like that. And I used to love it. It's a very unique experience because it tastes like, yeah, the yellow one, not the lime, not the one you have in like key lime pie, not that one. But yeah, that was one of my go-to desserts as a child, and I could go through like 3 lemons in one sitting and just don't feel a thing. I used to love them. And it's, you know, it's like the most affordable dessert you can ever make. And sometimes, if you want it, you can actually candy the lemon slices in sugar, dry them up, and then eat them like little chips. Like, that would be like really crunchy, but also really like sour sweet. And that was actually one of my favorite desserts as well. Lime with salt sounds a little bit strange, because I guess it's like the same principle with like putting salt on rim when you drink liquor. Because I don't drink, but that's why I heard like the sour and the salt like spikes up your senses. With sugar it makes sense, because you know you want to balance the sourness. But I guess salt doesn't particularly deter me either, because I can see it being good in the right circumstances. Because, like, sour, obviously salty and sour is a thing, so is sour and sweet. So it could work either way. But, I don't know, when it comes to salty stuff, I'm not particularly looking for sourness. Because sourness, to me, I usually associate with desserts, personally. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm just, like, sourness, as I said, is I always associate with sweets and, like, desserts rather than savory food. And, like, sweet and sour in savory world was never really my go-to option, personally. Because I don't really like to mix those two together. Not that they are bad, but, you know, they are just... There's better options out there, personally. No, I mean, as I said, I'm not doubting it works, because... Ooh, we got a bankai Ichigo, let's go! Let's go! Sorry, I got a little bit excited there. But we got a boy. A man, the myth, the man, the legend. Ichigo himself. Now, all we need is to pull Urahara or Byakuya. And we are goated. Got a screenshot there, you know? Oh. Very nice. Very nice. This is what you love to see. Now, all I need is to get either Keisuke or Byakuya, as I said. And we are going to be cooking. Okay? We are going to be cooking. Okay, so I think we have a couple 10 pulls that we can do. And so my plan is basically reroll until I can get Ichigo and either Byakuya or Keisuke. Because Byakuya, Keisuke, and Urahara is the best team in this game right now. And I kind of want to build it. So I basically want to get 2 of the characters. And then from this, like, selector, I'm going to go for either Keisuke or Byakuya, depending on which one I get. And that will basically give me my team. So that is a plan. And hopefully we can do that. Okay, so I think... Ooh, I'm getting Yachiru out of Wazoo. I got 3 already. And actually, she's probably the best SR character. So I don't even mind that, to be honest. That's actually decent. Okay. Okay, we got another 5-star. That's another 5-star. Let's see. Can we get Byakuya or Kisuke? Byakuya or Kisuke? Come on. One of the two. I'll take other one. No, this is bloody Ikaku. Ikaku, go away. I hate this man. I hate this man. Why is Ikaku keep following me everywhere? I don't want him. Ikaku, go away. You son of a gun. Why? Every time. I re-rolled after stream yesterday. And I go Bankai Ichigo like 3 times. And every single time I re-rolled for the second character, it was Ikaku. Every time. It's like, is there only Ikaku? I don't want Ikaku. He go stuff himself. Bloody Ikaku. Oh. Jesus Christ. Like, can a man get anything but Ikaku? I don't want him. What do I need to do for this game to realize that Ikaku is not my guy? Bald men do not interest me. Fine. Let's do one more temple. Maybe we'll get lucky and get another one. There's gonna be another Ikaku watch. Okay, no, there's actually no 5-star. A lot of us has actually. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. It's like, why do I keep getting Ikaku? I don't want him. In fact, I never wanted him to begin with. Listen, Liz, I'm a simple man. All I want in life is to get Ichigo. And literally anyone else except Ikaku. Am I asking for too much? Am I asking for a lot in life? I don't think so. It's a very reasonable, simple request. The only way I'm keeping this account is if I can get limited pull. If I can get his weapon. Kisuke is Urahara. This guy. This is a man I'm looking for. Either him or Byakuya, really. One of the two. Those are the only two I care about, and those are the only two I will actually settle for. It's like, I was so happy, and I'm sad. All because of this gosh dang Ikaku. I don't need Saitama from Wish. That's not what I'm asking for here. Oh, golly. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Let's keep rerolling, I guess. Bloody Ikaku. Oh. I swear, if I get Ikaku again, I will write a lengthy letter of complaint to Crunchyroll HQ. And I will call baloney on their shenanigans. Because there's no way a man can reroll for solid 7 hours yesterday and get 3 Bankai Ichigos and get Ikaku on every single time. And then today, yet again. This is 4 in a row. And I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe that there's no misplay afoot. Because only... Oh wait, hold on. I forgot. I need to create an account. That's fine. This is not an actual email address. As I was saying, these are salted accounts. This is not an actual email address. So, for Crunchyroll rerolling, you can actually just put whatever address you want. Like, for example, I don't know. Okay, something like this you can say, right? And then put 1 at the end. And then do this, right? And then just type any password you want. Oh wait, hold up. Let's do this. I'll copy this. And you see, you can just make an account straight away. You don't even have to... You didn't even have to have an email, which is actually a goated way, to be honest. Well, that's a pretty good pull, Diana. Glad to hear that. Glad that somebody is getting actual lucky instead of me. It's not hacking, Liz. It's just the game works this way. I don't know what to tell you. So this is the best way to actually reroll. Just make random addresses you want on Crunchyroll website. And then just bind your actual Gmail account. And you pretty much got it at that point. So you can keep re-rolling over and over again. Which I'm surprised Crunchyroll allows it, because there's probably so many salty accounts on their end that I'm just baffled by how this is even possible. Because usually they ask you to verify your email, and they don't do it here. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just keep doing salted accounts. Because usually in these kinds of games, you can use another salted version. Well, actually a couple. There's one for basically where you put dots after your email. So basically, you put your email, and then for a new account, you put a dot after like the first letter, and then you move the dots sporadically until you run out of dots you can put. And I think you can put up to 30 characters in an email, so you basically get 30 accounts in one email. And another option is to put +1 and like +2, +3 after an email. That's a salted version as well. And it's also a little bit easier to keep track of. But not every single game allows us, so it's a little bit tricky in that regard. And I think it only works for Gmail as well. So if you have like any other email address, then you unfortunately won't be able to do it. Alright, well, I'm pretty livid right now. I'm not gonna lie. Bloody Yukaku, I swear. That man is gonna hold me until the day I die. With his shiny bald head shining like a beacon of despair within my path. Alright, we gotta recenter ourselves. We can't let our emotions get the best of us. This is what rerolling is all about. Ups and downs, but in my case it's all about down. And only a little bit of up, occasionally. At least I can take this opportunity to train my dodging prowess. I know, Liz, but it's all about when. It's not about how, it's about when. Because I can reroll for like 12 hours and not get him, or I can do one more reroll and get everything I ever wished for. And that's just life for you. Sometimes, you know, you can't get everything. So, I'm personally aiming for, obviously for Ichigo, but I'm also aiming for either Kisuke, or Rahara, or Byakuya, personally. I would take Tosen, I guess, because he's pretty good, but the problem is, I want to build a team centered around Bankai Ichigo, and his best two slots right now for like supports is Byakuya and Kisuke. So, you know, it kind of goes without saying that pulling for either one of those as your second option is probably the way for the long term. But Tosen is probably would be actually really good with the new Toshiro that's going to come out in a few weeks. Because Toshiro is going to be a freeze-based character, and Tosen boosts freeze-based characters by like 30%. So in the long term, Tosen wouldn't be actually a bad option either. But the thing is, Toshiro is still far away, so I just kind of want to get a decent team going now. And don't focus too much on like the future. Plus, I don't know how many pulls you can actually get. Like how generous the game is with free currency, shall we say. But if you can get at least, I want to say 30-40 pulls a month, I'd say would be decent. anything above that would be nice. Because the thing is, there's no 50-50 in this game, so you're pretty much only limited by how many pulls you go. If you go 80, you're pretty much guaranteed. I don't know how important the cards are yet, because I know the only 40 pulls for cards, but I honestly just don't know how good they are. Torsen is a blind guy with like orange accessories. Rukia is pretty gory. I think Rukia and Yachiru are actually two of the best SR characters in this game. Nobody really comes close to them. I'm pretty certain Yachiru is like the best one because she boosts Ichigo. But Yachiru has a very interesting playstyle where you don't really want her to be on a field. But with Rukia is different because Rukia got one of those like combat skills. You know, the kind where it sits in the left corner. I think like Byakuya has it and Tosen has it as well. Like your fourth skill. And only limited like tacticians have them. So any character with that kind of skill boosts your damage a lot. So having one of those on the team is always a good option. But the problem is that they only boost like specific type. So for example with Byakuya, he only boosts like the red slashers type, I think. So if you use him with anyone else, he won't really work. Tosen is a little bit more universal because, as I said, he boosts only freeze damage. So he's not limited by attribute type. But I don't know, it's one of those things. I'll need to play with him and actually figure out how I like him. Because I played with Byakuya, and Byakuya was awesome. He has probably the most unique... Well, no, unique is not right, because Kamamura has the most unique skill sets, but Byakuya has the coolest looking visuals, shall we say. And I just like Byakuya, you know? He's one of my favorite captains in anime, so I just want to have him for the sake of that. And I do hope we will get the version where he has like the wings and everything, like the white wings, because that would be kind of cool. Alright, let's keep going. Slowly but surely getting used to like switching between skills, because I think cooldown timing is gonna be pretty important moving forward. I think your second skill, you can probably time it together to just have your E always off cooldown, kinda, because it has 10 seconds cooldown and your other skill has 20. So you can probably time it a little bit better just to make sure that enemies always get stagnated. Because I think with skills, you can kind of break their defense a little bit and make them like fall to the ground. And that's probably just saving you a flash step in the process, which is kind of good. Alright, I think we need one more battle. And I swear, if Ikaku shows up again, somebody's getting a lengthy letter today. Alright. Back to Inoue, brother. We gotta discipline him yet again. Blinder yet again. Okay, let's go. I always kind of wondered about these chains, to be honest, when I was watching anime. Because I always thought where the chains actually lead. Liz, you should know by now that anytime you prefix a sentence with saying, "Lux, you an expert," the answer will be so underwhelming that you will regret saying that. As the only thing I'm expert in is enlightenment. So unless you want an advice with that, anything else, I can only do what I can. But go on. Ask at your own risk, shall we say. Right, no spitting, please. Gotta maintain your manners, Mr. Acidwire. Ooh, that's a tricky one. Because the thing is, you can kind of get by without movies, because movies are not really part of the main story. No. With that, I can actually tell you, because I watched Bleach twice, fully. You know, that's the only anime I ever rewatched. Except Death Note. Death Note was another one, but I'd say you should probably start with anime, and then if you like the Soul Society arc, I'd say you're pretty safe to watch movies after that, because they are kind of like an additional story in a way. They don't really influence the main part, because like Hell's Gate movie is not even canonical, really, as far as I know. And they never mention it in actual anime, so you're pretty safe with not watching them if you just want to watch anime by itself. And then you can kind of watch movies if you want. And also, there's quite a few filler arcs in anime, because it goes with like Karakura Town, Soul Society. Then I think you're getting your first filler arc, I think, will be the Zanpakuto one, which is actually really good, to be honest. I like the arc quite a bit. And then I think you get your is it a Huecamundo arc after that? No, I think then you get like a little bit of filler Soul Society. Then you get Zanpakuto, then you get Huecamundo. And I think there's a couple more filler arcs actually after that. But I don't exactly remember the order. But after Huecamundo, you'll get the the last arc in an anime that ended like 15 years ago, which was the Ichigo. Well, I don't want to spoil it actually, but basically it's where Ichigo unlocks different kind of power, shall we say, and goes through struggle as well. But 1000 Year Blood War, I haven't watched anime just because I read the manga, so I don't know how good that is. And I was kind of waiting for it to be fully finished in order to like compare and contrast. But you will enjoy anime quite a bit, especially the big fight between Ichigo and well, I guess I can say Aizen, because you probably know who Aizen is, but that fight was probably one of the coolest fights I've seen in like shonen anime. And the fight itself only lasts, I think, like 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes, let me tell you, they're quite exciting. Oh wait, hold up, I forgot. While I was blabbering about anime, I forgot that I can quit this stage. Wasting my time here. There's a rerolling to be done. Yeah, so basically he's gonna fight him at some point later, but I'm not gonna spoil why or for what cause. But the story is really good. Like, I know that Bleach falls into that category of shonen anime, and if you watch any shonen, you probably know how it's gonna go, because it's not like super unique story. It has its unique parts, but you know, it's essentially protagonist going on adventures to become stronger and discover who he is in the process. It's not a very deep story. It has deep parts of it, but it's a very well done, simple premise. The only thing is you gotta put aside quite a bit of time, because I think it has like 400 episodes, and that's a lot of time to be spending watching Bleach. Because the thing is, for me, it was a little bit different, because I watched Bleach first, and then read manga, and a lot of people did it the other way around, where they started with manga and then watched the anime. So I don't know how the start of Bleach is comparable in that regard for like manga and anime, but anime style was a little bit on the slower side. Like it takes a little bit used to, but the Soul Society arc was like carrying hard. Before Soul Society arc, it's a little bit, you know, you might feel like not much going on, to be honest, which is fair, because there isn't, really. But at the same time, I think it will be a very good pastime for you. And you can also just put it in background, to be honest, until you get to the good stuff. Because with Soul Society arc, that's when you first, like, discover all the captains. You discover all the, like, the big brass of the Soul Society world, shall we say. Guys, I have good news. I think we just got Ichigo yet again. I swear to Zeus himself, if I get a Kako on this account, I will be writing a letter of complaint live. And you all will be my witnesses. For this absolute trickery that may or may not unfold before us. But there he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Bankai Ichigo graces us with his presence yet again. You see, all you have to do, guys, is complain long and hard enough until the game gives in and gives you what you want. That's all you need to do. Now. Ikaku, listen to me very carefully, you bold son of a gun. I don't like your style. I think you're a cool character. But I don't want you here. You know, maybe later, I'll actually build you and showcase your prowess to the world as Saitama 2.0. However, not right now. Now, Urahara and Byakuya. Boys, pull up a chair. We need to have a chat. Please, one of you come home. I'm begging you. I'm a desperate man at this point. I've seen Ikaku way too many times. I don't think there's actually any other SSI in this game besides Ichigo and Ikaku at this point. I'm losing it. I'm not gonna lie to you. However, I believe, and my belief is strong, that we will be able to do this. So please, just do me a solid. Just do a man a solid and give me somebody good. Renji, I don't care about you. Go away. Please. Byakuya or Urahara? Byakuya or Urahara? Please. Please. Ikaku, I swear to Zeus. I swear to Zeus. Please. Byakuya or Kisuke? Byakuya or Kisuke? Please. Game, listen, let me cut you a deal. If you give me Byakuya or Kisuke, I'll never say a bad thing about you ever again. And this is recorded on footage, so I will have to abide by the law of the universe. However, if you betray me, and you give me Kisuke, my rage will reach the heavens themselves. And you will never hear the end of me complaining. So please, just give it to me. There's no way! There's no way! No! Ikaku, go away! This is rigged. This is bloody rigged. There's no way! There's absolutely 0% chance this is happening. I will smite you where you stand. I'm gonna shine your bald head so hard, Ikaku, that the heavens themselves are gonna be blinded. There's no way I get Ikaku again. Is there a single other SSI in this game? Because clearly not. Clearly there's only Ikaku. I'm lost for words. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Am I being pranked? Am I literally being pranked right now? Because I don't think there's any other explanation for what's going on. There's literally 0% chance of me getting Ikaku again. Like, there's no chance. I'm just speechless, honestly. I don't understand how, for the life of me, that is possible. Just How? Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, I'm a good man, you know? I have morals. I abide by them. And how am I getting treated this way? But this game, why does it keep giving me Kaku? This better be Urahara or Kishiki on this temple, or I swear to the jump. I swear to Zeus. Okay, there's nothing. Well. I think the codes only give you, unfortunately, 200 spiritual J's. There's no pulls on them, but I do appreciate it. Thanks for reminding me, Reaper. You know what? Let's try this. I honestly don't know. Like, at this point, I'm just contemplating whether it's even worth keeping rerolling, because all I'm gonna get is Ikaku's clearly. There's literally nothing else in this game except Ikaku's. It's just I don't know. I honestly don't. I'm lost for words, but you know, maybe writing an email address Ikaku sucks wasn't a good strategy for me. But you know what? I'm gonna stick to it until he leaves me alone. Okay, I think that email will be pretty good. I think he'll get a message. I need to recenter myself. I just can't believe it. The 2 times in a row, and I think it was under the exact same amount of pulls as well. It was literally like for like. Within 20 pulls, we go to Kaku. I swear, if this is a third one, we'll be exactly the same. We're getting Ichigo, and then on the third one is a Kaku. I'm pretty sure it's rigged at that point. I'm pretty sure the universe is pranking me. And I don't appreciate it, okay? I want to make it very clear. Because universe might be telling me to play a Kaku, but I refuse. I refuse. I will not succumb to the bold son of a gun's provocations on me. I literally didn't get a single other SSR except Ichigo and Ikaku in this game. So as far as I know, they don't exist. And I would like to be proven wrong, to be honest. Okay, you know what? That's a good idea, Liz. That's a good idea. Let me refresh. Let me sip some tea, and you know, get my vocal cords going. Okay, that's a little bit better. I feel a little bit more rejuvenated. I'm still not a happy camper though, and I don't think I will be until the day this curse will be broken. This reminds me of Genshin all over again. With the days where every single 50-50 I lost was to bloody Kaching. And I've never been the same, man. And this game just does it again to me. It's like every single game I play, I get a curse of some kind. It's not time for stretching, unless we're talking about mental stretching, because I do need that. I need to make my brain understand what's going on, because so far it's incapable of doing so. My Kaku saga shall continue until one day we'll actually achieve what we set to achieve. Chigo, listen, you've been treating me well. I have zero beef with you. You came for me twice in a row. It's just the other man that's been bothering me. You and me, we don't have any beef. In fact, I like you quite a bit. If you can speak to your buddy Ikaku, though, and make him, you know, stop following me, that would be appreciated. I know, Liz, I know. But that's okay, you know. Every journey has its ups and downs. And right now, we're just on a constant slide down, all the way to the 7th circle of Underworld itself. But soon enough, we'll... Come on, I'll block that. Soon enough, we will, you know, start climbing up, because there's only so far down you can go before you reach the end. Before you reach the Earth's crust itself. And when there's no way down anymore, there's only way up. And that's what I'm banking on. You know, running out of options, feeling cornered, feeling stuck. And only then shall Lady Luck smile upon me yet again. Alright, Mr. Fishhead. Your disciplining lesson is over. I mean, to be honest, it is pretty lucky to get Ichigo twice in a row. But I just can't believe that we got literally the same guy twice as well. Like, you can't make this stuff up. It is what it is. You know, I'm not gonna complain too hard. I'll just complain a little bit. Unless we get him the 3rd time in a row, that is. Because then I'll have all the reasons to complain. But until then, I'll keep it cool. I'll keep it chill, you know. I'll recollect myself. And I'll, you know, I'll center my chakras, shall we say. And we'll keep going. Until we achieve what we set out to achieve. Alright, Omen, let's go. I think I have an Omen on my own. And that involves a very shiny surface, I would say. I know. I know, Liz. If I got either Byakuya or Kisuke, my prowess will be too strong for this game to handle. And I understand that, but you know, I'm a man on a mission. And said mission is clearly not getting Ichigo, but just not getting Ikaku at this point. We changed our goals. Because as soon as I see another character besides Ikaku, that's going to be a glorious day. But I don't know if we will be able to achieve that today. That's a question that we will need to find an answer for. One way or another. I calmed myself, as I recentered myself. I'm one with the Zen, and the Zen is me. I'm like a Buddhist monk, you know, after going through my arduous journeys for self-realization and enlightenment, I achieved true nirvana. And I'm not talking about the band here. Alright. Enough of sulking around. We have mission to achieve. I need like a mental support Aizen, you know, just pop out in the corner occasionally. And just watching his aura will probably make me happy again. Just actually playing this game made me want to rewatch Bleach again, which is a feeling I haven't had in ages. Because you not often get a feeling of wanting to rewatch a series that's like 400 episodes long. But the thing is, as I said, I haven't watched 1000 Year Blood War arc, so... And I don't quite remember the anime exactly, shall we say, because it has been a whole minute since I watched it. I finished watching it in like 2013 or so it has been like 12 years for me, and whew, that's a long time. I only remember like the key parts, obviously, but I might treat myself to a little bit of Bleach, you know? Grab a couple snacks, put it on a big screen, and just have a blast for like an afternoon or two. Just watching like Soul Society arc or something. Because I probably wouldn't watch it from the beginning. That's a little bit too much. I know, I'm an old man, Liz. Halfway to the big 3-0. Oh, disgraceful, I know. Because, I mean, as a kid, I could have just watched anime all day, every day. Have a good time, you know, have a blast. And not have any worries. The only worry I had is how much anime can I watch before it's too much. And the answer was never. Because at some points during my youth, I would watch at least like 12 hours anime every day. Day in, day out. No matter if I had school, if I had like responsibilities, if I had chores, it really didn't matter. Hi there, Ray. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Are we trying to upgrade? Alright, I see why. This man, this does my head in a little bit. I don't know, Liz. I don't know. You're an ancient being. You're as old as Cthulhu himself. On the same level, if anything. But I mean, you know what they say, you're only as old as you feel. And even though we both might be octogenarians at heart, if we feel like we're young, spry, you know, teenage individuals, then that's what that makes us. Because, I mean, all I need in life is to be able to have my joints moving the way I want, and being able to play video games. That's all I need. And as long as I can achieve that, the age is merely a number for me. Unless we reach the age of 69, because that's a good age. That's the kind of age, you know, you have to commemorate. Where is he? Don't spit on me, please. Okay, there we go. That's sorted. We're almost at another reroll. Let's see if this time the bald man will come after us. Or if we can be spared from his never-ending pursuit. Right, let me grab this. All the tutorial, unfortunately. Kind of hope that there was a button to skip all the tutorials as well. Would have saved a little bit of time, but it is what it is. Can't have it all. And actually, Inoue in this game is pretty good. Because usually in these Bleach games, Inoue is kind of essentially just a glorified healing bot. But in this game, I think she actually buffs your team for attack as well. Which is kind of nice, because it makes her into semi-support, semi-healer type situation. And I think her shield actually gives you death nullification. So basically, if you get hit by like big AoE, you can avoid death, I believe. Which is kind of nice. Exactly, Liz, exactly. Gotta always follow the skincare routine, you know? That even at the age of 80, you're gonna be looking like you're 20. Because actually, whenever I'm going to like Asia, right? In Japan in particular, I sometimes see like really old individuals. They're looking like somebody in their 20s. And I always wondered what their secret towards immortality. And apparently it's skincare. Because a lot of ladies, especially over there, they're like obsessed with skincare. They get like tons and tons of it. And whenever I visit my uncle, his wife, whenever we go to her room, she has like creams, the kind of which I never even seen before or even thought was possible to make. Just tubs, a little like powder thingies that she puts whatever, and that was always an interesting juxtaposition, because to me, as somebody that never used cream in my life, I only, you know, just wash my face and pray for the best. Well, that was a very interesting, enlightening experience. Okay, Ichigo. We got another. I swear to God. I swear to the almighty Zeus, if I get Ikkaku this time, I will break this game in half. Even if it's the last thing I do. Okay. This is our third in a row Ichigo. Okay? We got Ichigo. Now, please. Please. Look, game, I'm gonna level with you. Please. Just don't give me Ikkaku. I literally will take anyone else. Well, that's a lie. I won't take anyone else. I would take either Kisuke or Byakuya. But please, just give me either one. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? Give me a second. Give me a second. We need to do our ritual. We need to pray to our Lord and Savior in order to, you know, in order to ascertain our existence. And, you know, where is it? This will do. Yeah, there we go. Lord Aizen, I pray with all my heart and all my being. Please bless my pulse. I'm begging you. Please. Just give me either Byakuya or Kisuke, and my loyalty towards you will reach the heavens themselves. I will never, ever pray to anyone else but you in the future. Please. Also, I just noticed this, and this is actually kind of cool. Somebody do the cosplay of Chair-sama. Listen. You don't understand. Just because I'm getting Ichigo 3 times in a row, doesn't mean I'm not gonna get Ikkaku 3 times in a row. It's very important distinction that we need to make here, okay? Also, hi there, Mark. Hopefully you're doing well. Listen, if I get Ikkaku again, I'm writing a letter to Crunchyroll HQ in California and complaining that the rates in these games are rigged. Please. Please, just no Ikkaku. I literally... well, I won't take anyone, but just no Ikkaku, please. No Ikkaku. No Ikkaku. Okay, no 5-star. Okay, that's fine. I'd rather no SSR. That's okay. That's okay. Listen. I don't need any bald man in my life. I like my man nice and haired. Okay, a set of nice luscious hair. You see in Byakuya, the man uses copious amounts of hair care routine. And that's the kind of man you want in your life. No Ikkaku. This is not One Punch Man. We don't go for our own training arc here. The man didn't even do, you know, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 10 kilometers run. He just got there. You know, he just landed the prowess that he landed. Okay, let's see. Okay, I actually didn't get SSR, so I think this gives me a chance to actually play with Ichigo and actually test him out until we get more pulls. But at least I did get Ikkaku. At least this time, there's a chance. Because I felt cursed, honestly. Well, blessed and cursed at the same time, because we got Ichigo 3 times in a row, but we got Ikkaku twice in a row as well. So we're gonna take a little bit of a breather and we're gonna play around a little bit, get my pulls going, and then see if I can squeak out either Kisuke or Byakuya today. And then if I can't, I might do one more reroll, and if I get Ikako again, I'm probably just calling it a day, because clearly today is not the day, if that's the case. If it's somebody else, I'll probably just stick to it, to be honest, because at this point, I'm too exhausted. And that's too much hassle. But we'll see, we'll see. I do wonder how lucky actually other people got, because the thing is, we're getting 5 stars regularly, pretty regularly, and I don't think the rates are that high. I think they're only like 3% or so. But I wonder how long it took other people to reroll. Because I've seen some people that did like only a couple rerolls, and they got 3 SSRs, including Bankai Ichigo. Meanwhile, I'm struggling here to even get a decent second one. But I guess that's just me. Okay, wait, see. And we actually can try Bankai Ichigo and see what he actually feels like. Because I didn't play with him that much. I only tried him a little bit. So I know what his skill set is, but I don't know how good he is. Okay, that's sorted. Right. Let's put Ichigo in here. Can I put him as... Okay, I can't do that. That's fine. But we got the big man at least. So this half of the battle is done. Alright, this mission, I remember. Looking snazzy. Look at that Tensa Zangetsu. Very nice. The man has drip. You can't deny that. Like, that clock is going hard. Alright, let's see what Ichigo got. Hi there, Marshally. Hopefully you're doing great. Could you not? Well, yesterday there was a little bit of problem with the stream because for whatever reason, well, I know why exactly, but the stream got taken down briefly for like an hour because the number one, like, Ichigo's theme song was playing at the beginning, and I got copyright claim for it, so I had to like remove the music. So I don't know if doing that kind of messed up with the chat replay, but I think it should be on the screen, to be honest, because it usually is. But yeah, that was a little bit of a conundrum. That's why I muted the music this time, because every time we would reroll, the music would play, so this would get taken down very quickly otherwise. I mean, I did think that it might be copyrighted, but the problem is, well, rather not the problem, but the thing is, usually with these kinds of games, they whitelist the music if you actually play the game. At least that's a norm nowadays, but I guess it didn't do that, so it is what it is. Okay, I kind of like his skill set. It's pretty fast, pretty fluid. Have to see what his ultimate does in a bit. Yeah, true. True. I wouldn't bank on them actually licensing the music in this game. Alright. But then again, I do think they have the rights for like streaming Bleach, so you would think they would have the rights for music as well. But maybe that's like a different avenue that you have to go through to license a game music rather than anime itself. So I might have just not paid enough money to do that, which if that is the case, fair enough, I guess. Okay, let's do that. Level up our boy, and let's put some cards on him. Strike damage. That's actually pretty good. I think he's a striker, isn't he? No, he's a slash unit. Right, okay, so that's kind of useless on him. Never mind. Let's put something else. There was one for attack somewhere here. This one. Let's do this one. This one's pretty good. So let's level up this. There we go. Okay, that should be a little bit better. Let's keep going. This gives me some time to practice with my Ichigo and actually get used to his gameplay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest, if it's only 2 characters. Because I'm not planning to switch to regular Ichigo or Rihima, to be honest. Okay, nice. I do like that it's range his first skill, because it makes him not suffer from any AoE attacks too much, and actually keeping his distance fairly regularly. Okay. That was actually kind of fun. I do wonder who the next limited character is gonna be, because that's gonna be quite interesting. Because I've seen a few leaks here and there where it would be between Kenpachi, Byakuya, no, not Byakuya, Toshiro. I think there's an Aizen on the horizon, and also Kyoraku was there. So I think those were the 4 characters that they showcased that will be releasing in the future. But I don't think there's a set schedule for which one releasing first. Is it Toshiro? Okay, so Toshiro is next. That's kind of hype because I like Toshiro. And Torsen is going to be his best in slot support. So getting Torsen is actually not too bad. Because he boosts ice damage by 30%, which will work really well for Toshiro. And I assume Toshiro will be, you know, an ice-based unit. Because if he's not, that would be very unlikely. Considering that's his entire Zanpakuto deal is freezing people and whatnot. And I think Rukia might be pretty good with him as well. So it's going to be like Torsen, Rukia, and most likely Toshiro. Yeah, Kenpachi is the spiky-haired guy. He's actually my personal favorite captain. And second personal favorite character in Bleach, after obviously Aizen. Because I love that man. The man literally nerfs himself in order to enjoy battles, because he's so unbelievably strong. His spiritual Reiatsu is so massive that he specifically requested for Mayuri to make him an eye patch that would constantly suck away his spiritual power and basically make him weaker. He purposefully put little bells on top of his hair in order to like make sure the enemy could hear him, so he wouldn't just, you know, be able to sneak up on them, and stuff like that. He basically nerfs himself, and also he doesn't use his Shikai or Bankai. The man literally just uses his plain spiritual power to overpower anyone and everyone, for a while at least. Later on, he does use them, but that's a different story. So, in that regard, I just feel like Kenpachi is an absolute goat. The man is just a walking aura farming machine. Yeah, kinda. Because he loves fighting so much that he does anything and everything he can in order to nerf himself to the point where he can actually enjoy a fight rather than ending it with like one strike. This is a man. This is a boy. And I'm gonna be hyped when he comes out. Because Kenpachi is very special to me. And I would love to play with him. And I think I can actually fight him in this game as well, so we might get to it at some point. And that could be pretty fun. I think Byakuya also, you fight with him. Actually, let's do this. Let's put our boy Bankai Ichigo as our walking model. You know, gotta ensure that everybody knows who is the king of drip here, walking around the campus. Could be Liz. I mean, if you were born a man, I'm pretty sure you would be Kenpachi incarnate. You'd be exactly the same. Constantly looking for battles, constantly, you know, striving to get stronger and whatnot. Well, actually, at some point he decided not to get stronger because he was so unbelievably strong that he just couldn't fight anyone on equal ground before he met Ichigo. Which is why Soul Society arc is so goated, because they fight each other, and that fight actually makes Kenpachi want to get stronger again. So if he never fought Ichigo, he might have never become stronger, because the man just couldn't see a point of getting stronger if he couldn't enjoy fighting. And that was a very important part. Alright, I'll be following you for a while. I hope you don't mind me stalking you very nonchalantly. Not that you have a choice, but you know. That's a very nice dog. I actually seen a lot of these dogs in Japan. They're like the most common one. I think it's Shiba dog, I believe. And I actually quite like them myself. I wanted to get one for myself, but I was always like, I'm not responsible enough to own a dog. And I don't want to put the little creature through, you know, through the ordeal of living with me, because I can barely survive by myself, let alone taking care of somebody else. That'll be a task I'm not sure I can fulfill. Yeah, Shiba, yeah. I mean, you see them there all the time, and they always look so cute. They're like one of the cutest dogs ever. It's like on par with Huskies and whatnot. As I said, I wanted one as well, but it's just... the thing is, for me, I never owned a dog before. Simply because, I don't know, just... I never was allowed to, really, and also when I could, when I, you know, became an adult essentially, I just always was too busy, and I just didn't... The last thing I would want is just to leave a pet at home, staying by themselves for like hours upon hours, because I would just feel super bad for them. It would have been fine if I could just like, you know, give them to somebody during the day and let them, you know, play around with them and whatnot. But considering I'm working 5 days a week, you know, that's not really an option for me, so it's just, you know, I didn't feel like that would be the right choice, personally. Or at least not for now. Maybe in the future that will change. And the thing is, I'm not the biggest fan of cats either, so I never really wanted a cat to begin with, but dogs were always like pretty much my favorite animals, and I was always jealous whenever my friends had one, because I would always like ask if I could pet them and whatnot. And whenever I see, there is actually one dog, so I don't know if you guys ever heard of the dog called Tibet Mastiff, I think. Those are like super massive dogs, the size of a lion. And occasionally I see this old gentleman walking with one, and he always looks like the dog is walking him rather than the other way around. But it looks so cuddly. It's like super fluffy, and I always have the urge to pet it, but I never had the courage to actually walk up and ask to pet it. Maybe one day. And I see them all the time. I use an app called Twitch Overlay, and it's basically an app that you can download in Google, and what it allows you to do is to overlay your chat on your screen. So unless you have two screens, you can do that, and you need to use bot chat, which called Botrix, I think. You can Google it, and basically that allows you to see your in-game chat while you stream. I've been using it for a while. It's actually pretty good. I might, Liz. To be honest, I always wanted to, but it's one of those things that I just feel really awkward. Just walking up to a stranger and be like, sir, can I please pet your dog? No, Botrix. Bot as in, you know, AI, and Rix, R-I-X. I think there's actually a video that I watched, like a tutorial. If you just type how to put chat overlay on one screen, I think there's a YouTube video that's actually a pretty good guide, which I used. I play on, well, I used to play a lot of Wuthering Waves, and I still do to an extent, but the thing is, I kind of stopped for a little while just because I got a little bit bored. But nowadays I only play really another game is Duet Night Abyss. I kind of got pretty heavily invested into that game, and I've been grinding for the past 2-3 weeks. So those are the only two games I play right now, but you know, I'm not really opposed to trying new games in the future. Whenever there's a game that like sparks my interest, comes out, I'm always up for trying it. Okay, let's go. Well, Liz, you're saying that, but the thing about British people that you have to understand is that we are always very aggressively polite. To the point where we don't like to cause inconvenience for other people. Oh, that's cool, Summer. That's very nice. I mean, I just stream for fun, you know, because I think it's a cool thing, but it's always nice to see fellow stream enthusiasts, shall we say. I never actually played Tekken, because I was never really good at, like, fighting games, personally. I do enjoy them, but I only played, like, Mortal Kombat back in the day, but Tekken was never really on my radar, because I was always an RPG guy, so, like, Persona 5 games, you know. Very nice. But, yeah, I played a lot of, like, MMOs as well, so I never had a lot of time to play single-player games. The only exception is, like, Soul series, because I played a lot of Dark Souls back in the day, a lot of Bloodborne, and games like that. I don't think did I play Sekiro? I might have played it, but I don't remember, to be honest, because it has been a minute. But Hades was a big one. I used to play Hades, like, all the time, so I quite like rogue-like games as well. But yeah, fighting games and shooting games weren't really always on my radar, just because I never got invested into them. But I did play briefly Mortal Kombat. I think there used to be, it might still be, like a mobile game. It was Mortal Kombat, where you unlock a bunch of characters with, like, cards and whatnot, and you would fight, like, bosses, and I think there was some PvP aspects to it as well. I never played, like, actual Mortal Kombat, but that was my probably only experience with fighting games. There also was another one back in the day, like, long time ago. I don't remember the exact name, but it was basically where you were fighting with, like, gods, like Zeus, Kronos, you know, all the big ones. In, I think, only Greek mythology. There might have been Norse mythology there as well. But that was a pretty fun one, where you basically just unlock different gods, and you have, like, a team of 3, and you fight other gods, and you go through like Olympus, unlocking more characters, you know, leveling up and whatnot. So that was kind of fun. But other than that, I think that's as far as my fighting games experience goes. And it has been a minute, to be honest. Okay. Let's see, what do we have here? I kind of like Uri, to be honest. I'm usually not a big fan of ranged characters, but Uri kind of grows on me. I don't know, because he had this combat skill, which makes him pretty good. God of War was another one. Thanks for reminding me, Liz. I actually got console, like, I begged my parents to give me PS2, just so I could play God of War, because back in the day, I only had PC, and I was never a console guy. But I remember playing God of War with my friend at a time, because he had, like, consoles or whatnot. He was a consoles guy. And I got so invested into God of War that I was like, Mother? I would really enjoy if you could procure me as this mysterious device called PlayStation Entertainment System, and provide it for me for the next Christmas, pretty please. And so they did, and I had a blast. That was a good time. Never really had consoles after that, because I was always a PC connoisseur, and that was roughly the time when I got involved with like MMOs and League for the most part. So after that, I didn't really have time, or desire rather, to play any like standalone games as much. Because I really enjoyed like the social aspect of gaming a lot as a kid, so I didn't really like playing by myself, which partially why I enjoy streaming, because you know, just fun hanging out with people. But yeah, I don't really play games nowadays either by myself, unless it's games that I play on stream, because you know, I just farm in them sometimes. But the last game I played by myself was probably Hades, like the new one. That was the one game that I played, but that was a very rare occasion for me, just because I loved regular Hades so much, and they brought a lot of nostalgia for me. Listen, Liz, it's fine, it's fine. You know, you gotta put some hair on your chest one day. And what better way of doing so than playing some league matches at the tender age of 12? You know? You gotta start somewhere. Because if I never played League, I would never get as thick of a skin as I have right now. Because I'm pretty sure in the brief time that I played League seriously, I probably heard every single insult known to mankind. And there's not a single one that will impress me nowadays. And that's a very surprising way how many people can describe your mother. You know, it's a very unique culture, shall we say. But yeah. And to be honest, I was playing Yasuo all the time, so I was kind of asking for it, but at the same time, I was a man of culture. I never actually flamed in League. I was one of those people that actually didn't care that much. Because the thing is, whenever I get mad, I just get quiet. I don't tend to have, like, outbursts of rage. Or at least very rarely. For real. So, what do you mean red flags? Unbelievable, Liz. Just because you can't understand the prowess of samurai, it's not my fault. But, you know, it is what it is. Basically. And also I played Zed a lot. Zed was, that was my guy. Yasuo was me, only Sapsu, but Zed was my main. And you had to at least have a couple mains, you know, that you were good at, and it just so happens that those two were my go-to. And I did briefly play like LeBlanc and Ari for a bit, but those two were my boys. And I played a lot with them. I also played a little bit of Talon, but that was brief, because Talon wasn't particularly good, and he was basically a nerf version of Zed anyway. Listen, Liz, I'm never ashamed of my days as a Yasuo main. And in fact, I'm proud. Just because my main is stronger than yours and he's very simple to control doesn't mean that I should be ashamed of it. In fact, you should be ashamed that your main is not good enough in comparison. Okay. There we go. Gotta find the menace's feet. Truly fearsome opponent. Not in many games you get to fight somebody's, you know, very nice leather shoe, shall we say. 10 out of 10 in other words. Okay. Oof. Didn't like that. Plus, the thing is, Liz, you're still the one who plays League. I don't. So who's gonna be ashamed here? Well, the thing is, when I was farming for rank, that was probably the least happy I ever was in my life, because it just felt like a chore. It actually felt like 95 rather, because all I did was wake up, play League, and then go to bed, and then to wake up, play League again. Pretty much, at least on vacation. Like obviously, if there was school time, I would go to school as well, but that was probably my darkest time in existence within this mortal coil, and I'm glad I quit. That's all I'm gonna say. And also, I usually played with other people, so it wasn't that bad for me. I would never even wish on my worst enemy to play solo queue in League. That's a curse known to mankind. It's like, it's a kind of torture that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, honestly. Okay, so we still need to do a couple, oh, actually one more stage. Okay. And I think after that we get another 10 pull. And let's see if we can get a 5-star that way. But yeah, I used to play with friends a lot, so for me, it was more of a social aspect, and I didn't really play by myself. So if you play with other people, it's a little bit more tolerable. I forgot to put my Ichigo again, but you know what, fine, we'll go with Uru. I can live with that. But yeah, as I was saying, I usually had like a couple friends that were always up for a few ranked games every day. So to me, it was much more enjoyable in that regard. If I didn't have somebody to play with, then I probably wouldn't have as great of a time, shall we say. But yeah, at some point I just found it boring, to be honest, doing the same thing over and over again. Because at certain level, I just went stagnant. Like when I reached Masters, I had like a realization that basically I would like lose a game, then win a game. Lose a game, win a game. I wasn't like constantly losing or constantly winning, so to rank up, it took like so much effort that it wasn't really worth it to begin with, because it's just too much. Does it have stamina issues? Because the thing is, I haven't actually experienced like the grind part of the game, because I only played story yesterday, and I haven't seen much in regards to actual like dungeon grinding and whatnot. But any game that has staminas unfortunately limits your gameplay, essentially, because you're only limited by how many trials you can do after you're done with the story. Does the game actually has any game like end game type, like any Sayretate towers or anything like that? Because I haven't seen anything yet, so unless it has something like that, I assume there's no co-op or anything like that, so it might be limited in that regard for now. I know there's guilds, though. So I don't know if guilds have any sort of, like, guild bosses and whatnot. Because that could be interesting. I mean, Liz, playing with Korean people is on a completely different level. Interesting. I mean, Bleach Brave Souls has one of the best progressions, to be honest, out of any game, because you have literally endless gameplay loop with co-op. And that would be kind of fun if they actually introduced co-op dungeons to this game as well, similar to Bleach Brave Souls. Because when I used to play that game, I would just constantly queue up for like random dungeons and just grind materials, just because I had time, you know. Because I don't mind the stamina system as long as it's not too intrusive, and if there's things to do besides it. But if there's not much going on afterwards, after you like completed all your stamina runs, then that's a bit of a bummer. Okay, we go on tickets. I think we'll be able to do one more temple. Let me just double check. Okay. Aizen-sama, please, grant me a wish. I'll ask for it just once. Please give me Byakuya or Kisuke. That's all I want. That's all I'll ever ask of. Please. Okay, we got a 5-star. I swear to Zeus, if it's another Ikako, I'm gonna lose my gourd. Please. Please. Okay, yeah, true, fine. Please. Just either Byakuya or Kisuke. Literally either one. I'll take either one. It doesn't matter which one. Who's that? Oh, Torsen. I don't really want Torsen. At least it's not Ikaku, but I don't really want Torsen. It's not really what I'm looking for. Oh, not really. Because the thing is, there's no good team for him. He's a decent character, but... You know what? Let's try to do some weapon pulls. And if I can get Ichigo's limited weapon, I'll stick to this account. If I can't, I'll keep rerolling. That's basically what we're gonna do. Because that's the only reason I would have to stay here. Because as cool as Torsen's ultimate is, he's not what I'm looking for. Because I need me either Kisuke or Byakuya. It doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Okay, no. That's fine. That's fine. We at least got a little bit of time away from the hellscape known as rerolling. So that was a nice little break that we took. And now we're going back to the weeds of it. Now we're going back to the Thunderdome. Now, let me... Oh, wait, hold up. This one? Okay, I think that this one will do. I'm just gonna keep making random emails until it works. Until one of these days, Kisuke or Byakuya will hear me. And you will grant me a wish of coming home. Okay, come on. What reroll are we on? I think it's like 7, 8 maybe? Felt like I've been doing this for 20 years. It is what it is, though. Ichigo was actually kind of fun. I'm glad we got a chance to actually try him out. And he seems like a very solid DPS. The only problem that I feel like he's gonna have in the future is that he's most likely gonna get outscaled. Very nice, Winter. Very nice. That's what I want, you know? I'm not asking for a lot. I just literally want Ichigo And I'll take either Byakuya or Kisuke because I want to build Byakuya, Kisuke, and Ichigo team. And I'll take either one, and I'll get the next one from the guarantee. So that'll be absolutely fine. I just literally want either one. And I'll be a happy camper. Because so far our track record is getting 3 Ikakus and 1 Tosen, which is not Tosen, rather, Kamamura. Like, I keep mixing them up all the time. Which is no ideal. Actually, Tosen I wouldn't mind. I might keep Tosen if he shows up. But anything else, I'm kind of on the edge. Because, like, Tosen, Byakuya, and Kisuke are actually really good. Kamamura is good, but the problem with him is that he's a very defensive unit. Oof. I mean, level 25 is pretty good, to be honest. And that's a good team, you know? But Kamamura, as I was saying, he has shield, right? And his Tengen is super cool, like the bankai. But the problem with him is that he's not really... doesn't have really a DPS to make him shine. So, like, pulling him is a bit of a long-term investment, I'd say. Because he would be really good with, like, a very dedicated striker. And the only striker right now is Yoruichi, and her damage is not, like, super amazing. Her skill set is cool, but she doesn't do, like, super big damage numbers, shall we say. So it's a bit of a hard one. And he also just ensures survivability, which, as far as I saw, you don't really need yet. There might be a case of, like, harder stages or whatnot, maybe where that will come in clutch. But I feel like DPSs and supports that boost attack, like Kisuke or Byakuya, are probably going to be much better now, instead of characters like Kamamura. But as I say, he probably will have time to shine later. The only one that I feel like is not that great is Ikaku. I don't think he's bad, but I just don't think he's good. And that's a problem, because he does get, like, invulnerability when he uses his bankai, so he can die, but his skills are not that impressive, to be honest. Absolutely. Sajin's bankai is absolutely nuts. I remember when I tried it out yesterday, that was so much fun. I had such a blast, and as I said, I'm a little bit upset that he's not a DPS, because if he was, I probably would have tried him out, but his damage is not as high, because he's, like, focusing on survivability more than anything. So playing with him is, like, a little bit of a long-term type of battle, where you can kind of prolong it, and you survive, rather than just kill enemy outright, which is fine. But, yeah, it's... as I said, I just want to build a very fast, very fluid team for now, and just see what I can accomplish first, and then focus on, like, other teams later on. Because I think the support, he's going to be a really good support, probably for Kenpachi. Because I feel like Kenpachi is going to be a striker, and Kamamura will probably, like, complement him immensely, and just make him, like, unbelievably tanky. Because I think Kenpachi might have, like, a mechanic of draining his own life, like Chad does, and increasing his own damage, because he's all about, like, you know, boosting his spiritual pressure and whatnot. And Chad has a mechanic, I believe, from what I've seen, where if he goes below 50% HP, he deals 30% extra damage, or he gets, like, crit damage, one of the two. And that's pretty cool. And I feel like for those kinds of characters, Kamamura actually would be really clutch. Because he would allow them to maintain their, like, low threshold, but at the same time, not die. Gin as well? Oof. Gin is a cool character. I would love to see him. But I'm waiting for Toshiro and Aizen, because those two are, like, my personal favorites that I just want to see in a game, along with Kenpachi, obviously, but that'll be kind of hype. But there's a lot of captains that we still haven't seen, and also lieutenants. Like, there's almost no lieutenants except like Renji and yeah, that's pretty much no, hold up. Renji, Yachiru, Nemu. I think that's it. Pretty sure there's no other lieutenants. And for captains, we only have like Komamura, Tosen, and Byakuya essentially. That's kind of it. So there's a lot still like Unohana, there's Big Man Yamamoto, Kyoraku, Kitake, Gin, you know, the big squad. Soifon, like there's still a lot we haven't seen. It could be, and that's what I mean. If he drains his HP constantly, I assume he can just outright drain his HP to 0. But I assume with Komamura together, Komamura is just gonna give him a massive shield, and Kenpachi can just absolutely go ham on the enemies, just not caring about damage at all. And that I feel like would be really fun. And also I think Komamura boosts strike attack by like 30%. So he will make Kenpachi do even more damage, which I feel like would be crazy good. And you can probably pair them with is there any other striker character? Nemo, I guess? Because I think she's the only other striker support. And Yorichi's not really support, so you probably wouldn't use them together. But striker, I feel like, is the most lacking category right now, because there's not really any like big hitters yet in character-wise. Like Yorichi and Komamura are the only two, and they still don't really make like super great team, because there's no like third component that will make them really strong. And Nemo is a little bit clunky to play from what I've seen, because she has like two different stances, like upper and lower, and depending on which one you take, I think she buffs either damage reduction or attack, and it's not a huge buff either, so it's a little bit finicky to play around with, because she kind of requires a lot of management. She's not the kind of character that you can just, you know, click on, pop a couple skills, and just get her off the field. You kind of have to pay attention what she does. And I don't know, it's just too much work, I feel like. Because when it comes to gameplay, I'd much rather go full Unga Bunga style and just, you know, press buttons until everything dies, rather than paying attention to what's going on, actually. But that would be interesting, because I do plan eventually, obviously, to building every single character and trying them out and see how they play. But so far, SRs have been kind of underwhelming, because the saving grace with these kinds of games usually is SR characters. And from what I've seen so far, the best SRs would probably be Chiru, Rukia, and Ishida. I think that's about it. Because every other one is just, it's okay. They're okay, but they're not awesome. I mean, they might, to be honest, because the gameplay is pretty involved. You know, you go your dashes, you go your counters, you go your skills. There's, like, combat skills for tacticians. There's characters like Byakuya, who basically, when you use, I think, his ultimate, or combat skill, one of the two, I can't quite remember, he, like, goes into long animation, and he basically asks you, essentially, to use another character, and do, like, a little nice combo with him, which is nice, and I do enjoy that, because it makes all the characters not feel one-dimensional. Oh yeah, I mean, going for like combo damage boosts is always a pretty nice little touch, because it actually makes you want to play good, because right now, you know, I don't really focus on like dodging or counters. Like, I barely use counter mechanic right now, because there's no realistic need for it, because everything dies anyway. But I feel like they should go a little bit heavy on these kind of mechanics. Like, for example, when a character dodges, you know, they get like damage boost or something for like 5 seconds, or when they counter, they get, I don't know, increased speed or something. That'd be kind of cool, because then it would prompt people to, you know, actually paying attention and trying to play to the best of their ability. Okay, we're almost there. Yet another reroll on the way. Can we get it out of the Ichigo first time? Probably not. I would be very surprised if that happens. But we'll see. Okay, upgrades. Yeah, that's fine. I do kind of wish you could stop up to the 5th one straight away rather than going to the 6th stage and exiting it, because it's just kind of a bit of a waste of time, but it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's go. I quite like these stills, you know, seeing characters in their full glory. Oh yeah, I did hear about that one, because I think, isn't it like the biggest game on like Google Play, and I think Apple Play as well, because Play Store I'm pretty sure has as the most popular game by downloads, and I did hear them make an MMO about it. The thing is, I never played the original game, but that did sound quite intriguing, because usually Chinese MMO fall into two kind of things. You have MMOs kind of like Black Desert, which just suck all your money away by your mere existence within the said game. And then there are some games that are actually pretty good, because there's a lot of like anime-based games that release in China that I used to play like gacha games, and a lot of the time they're actually really nice. Because if you go on Play Store right now, type any anime like Bleach, Naruto, doesn't matter, you're probably gonna find bajillion games with like weird names. Like for Naruto it could be like Ninja Storm Shippuden Resurrection, or for Bleach it could be like Bankai Unleashing Prowess, you know? Just some random names. And all of them, or almost all of them, usually have early access next to them. And that's a way I feel like Chinese companies actually avoid getting sued by Japan. And actually using IP without paying the license fee for it. Which is a very lucrative loophole, I feel like. Because I play quite a lot of those knockoff games. And some of them are actually pretty good. Oh yeah, true. They did collab with Bleach? Didn't know that. Yeah, I never played it myself, but I did hear like the news a while back. I'll probably check it out when it comes out, because you know, usually the biggest game doesn't necessarily mean the best, but I would be intrigued, because I've seen like the preview trailers, and it looked pretty decent, to be honest. Like the gameplay seemed kind of nice, and it might be fun, to be honest. But only time will tell. You know, you can't really judge a book by its cover immediately. Okay, so no Ichigo this time. That's okay. You can get Ichigo every time, I guess. But maybe it was singles. Well, that's the thing. I used to play Bleach Brave Souls since like 2016. All the way up to like 2020 seriously, and then I played it on and off in my spare time. And the thing is, I think personally, and that's just coming from, you know, my experience playing the game, I think it's one of the better gacha games out there, because first of all, the rates in that game are extremely generous. Like you get 7.5% usually for pulls. And then with the step-ups, I think it goes up to like 12.5 or even 15. I think the rates are good, and I also think that you get a lot of currency for free which is very unusual for gacha games, because usually they want to, you know, milk you dry of all your resources and essentially make you spend for characters by utilizing your fear of missing out. But in Bleach, it's a common consensus, in Bleach Breakfall rather, that you don't need to go for every single banner. So a lot of people, what they do is just go for the end banner and just get the best characters that way. And usually, you would be able to gather within a month, I think. From what I used to play, like 10 temples, sometimes 15, depending on like how much content you get. And also with every new character, you get some like resources back, because you know, you getting it back by leveling them up, I think 125 orbs or something like that. But the thing about it nowadays is that it's relatively old. So the gameplay is very linear. It's not anything super exciting, but it does have a lot of gameplay loops. And to be honest, it's one of the better experiences for like social interactions in a game, because you can go for, I don't know, a co-op. There's epic raids, there's like Sabrite gates, which is like the tower type, what do you call them, the tower type, like scaling up different floors with like variety of characters, although that is a little bit tricky because you need like specific characters for specific floors, so it could get a little bit annoying in that regard. But I'd say overall the game is good, so it's definitely worth playing. But keep in mind that if you wanna play it seriously, it does require a lot of time and effort in order to get actually into it. Because keep in mind, you don't just grind for characters in that game. Getting a character is half the battle, because what you need is accessories for them. You need to get level up materials. You need to get, you know, all the ascensions for them. You need to get decent, like, rolls on your artifacts, which is a whole other ordeal, shall we say. And the way you do that is by grinding. So the game is very grindy. And also you have a lot of, like, point events, where basically if you have characters there that are limited, so usually it goes from like the most current banners, but also some old characters, and they boost like the drop rate for certain events. So if you have like a lot of them, you can grind event and get more pools and more soul tickets that way. So basically you can spend stamina to gain stamina back, and if you have a bunch of bonus cards, usually you get, I think, 5, but you can boost it all the way up to 10, I believe, with like bonus drops. And usually, by spending 1 soul ticket, you can get like 5 back if you're lucky, or sometimes you get 25. So essentially, you can infinitely grind it as long as you get lucky enough, which is a very unique mechanic that not a lot of games have, where it encourages you actually to play more. I know, and that's kind of cool, but the thing about Bleach Brave Souls is that it has co-op. So even if you don't have soul tickets, you still can play other things. And I feel like if this game adds co-op, because it already has like guilds, I don't know what the guilds are, to be honest, I haven't joined one, but it does have that, so there is social aspect to the game. It just needs to like maintain it, because all it needs to do is basically just do like a Menace Grande fight, and just let like 5 people join you at the same time and just fight it in co-op, and you can get like some EXP books for it or some silver or whatever. It doesn't have to be like super major great rewards, but you know, it's just something for people to do, and I feel like that's the main aspect of what keeps longevity of games, is the stuff to do. Because Bleach Brave Souls kept releasing like new game modes, they kept it fresh. Because originally they had only like Brave Battles as a PvP, and for people who love PvP, they made like a live PvP, which is, it's not really PvP, it's more like PvE with some extra steps, rather. and it's not the most fun thing in the world, but it is that, you know. And there's also like obviously guild bosses as well, so you can grind that. And every single game mode like needs different characters, so you have a reason to actually build different characters. So it's very a lot of like gears in place, and also have like extreme co-op where you can grind like Hogokus and tickets for summoning, and you can do the same with epic raids where you can get tickets. So it also has a mechanic where you can get characters by just playing, essentially. Obviously you gotta get lucky, but still you can get characters that way. Because when I used to play it, I played it relatively free to play. I spent a little bit here and there, but not a lot. And from memory, I think at like my peak, I had almost every single character just by grinding tickets and summoning for like 1000-Year Blood War banners. So that took a while, but you can get really good amount of tickets from us epic raids, extreme co-op. You get quite a bit from shops as well, exchanges and whatnot. Secretary gives you like a limited one as well, where you get a 5-star. There's a lot of ways to like actually get characters without pulling gacha, which no lot of games have. So in that regard, I just feel like K-Lab knew exactly what they were doing, and I was really hopeful actually that this game would have been run by them, because K-Lab as a studio just proven that they are extremely capable of running really good game, and they have so much experience with making Bleach game. They would only make sense for them to do this one as well, but you know, it is what it is. A man can dream, I guess. Yeah, so all the blabbering is basically saying yes, Bleach Brave Souls was playing. I just have very strong opinions about the game. Absolutely no worries, Winter. It was a pleasure seeing you, and have a good night. Don't want to upset your significant other, you know? As the saying goes, happy wife, happy life. Alright, let's keep grinding. Oh, Liz, you're still lurking around. I thought you passed out already. I thought you went for your cake enthusiasm trip, scouring all the passion through insight. That's very nice. I'm slowly but surely getting into the state where I just don't even pay attention to what's going on the screen. It's just my hands moving by themselves. So I'm getting into the zone state. Liz, listen, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, you could have passed out and it's only like, what? 12 o'clock for you? Nothing wrong with afternoon nap, Liz. Okay? There's no shame in a good afternoon nap. In fact, Spanish people got to figure out with a siestas, you know, when they're legally allowed to take a nap. Because when I was in Spain, some shops actually put out a sign during lunchtime, basically saying, sorry, siesta time. And I was like, that takes a lot of balls to just basically tell your customers, I'm going to take a quick nap. So you can wait. Imagine you just pulling up to the office and, you know, 12 o'clock hits and you just bust out a sleeping mask and tell your boss, sorry, boss man, siesta time? And just pass out. They do have siesta time. That's your people, Liz. You should know. Unbelievable. You go siestas as well? Man. Latin people just know how to party, you know? We don't get any siestas. We barely get enough lunch time. Let alone a nap time. Oh, is it different for you? So do you like not take sleep? It's just like a break. Because you see, you gotta take a nap. That's what makes it good. Because if it's just a break, it's not as impressive. Because which other country like allows you morally to just take a nap in the middle of the day? Because Spain is the only one I can think of. And that's just impressive to me. Siesta is nap. So why is it not like that then? What's the difference? Tell me what... Is it like the different kind of nap? Instead of laying on a pillow, you're laying like on a floor or something? Oh, it's not a written rule. Ah, I see. So you basically can do it, but people might judge you. I see. Well, I don't know if in Spain it's a written rule, because I just saw a lot of people do it. So I don't know if it's like by law. I just thought it was kind of cool. Because in Europe, you don't really experience anything like that, except in Spain. Even Italy was as laid back as they are. I don't think they take siesta time. That's why I feel like, you know, Spain is pretty goated in that regard. Good food, cool rules, and nice weather. They gotta figure it out. And also Mediterranean diet slaps. So, you know, there's that as well. Nice fresh produce, a lot of vegetables, you know, a lot of seafood. I can live a life like that. Because I used to go there occasionally, almost every summer, when I was in like middle school and high school. And every time we would go there, it would be always a treat. Because Spanish food, if you ever went to like a tapas bar, which is basically tapas is this... It's almost a tradition in of itself, where it's a bunch of small little dishes, which like was like finger food, which like you get like patatas bravas potatoes, which are so good, which is like cubed potatoes in like semi-spicy sauce. It's like tomato-based sauce, and then you get like nice little omelets. You get a bunch of vegetables prepared in different ways, cheeses, as far as I can see. I mean, they party hard, is basically what I'm saying. Oh, I love tapas, because I'm not always in the mood for like a full meal, you know? But I can always go for tapas. Because you can just eat a little bit and share with a bunch of other people. But at the same time, the food slaps. Because in a lot of cases, whenever you like get a shareable, quote-unquote shareable dish, usually it's either not that great or the portion size is made for either a very small child or a giant elephant, one of the two. So it's either too much food or not enough food. But with tapas, it's actually usually just the perfect size. Because, you know, it's like a little ramekin with just a little bit of food, and you can just go ham on them. And you can order like a bunch of them, have a good time tasting different flavors. And I enjoy that way more than just having like one standalone dish and just eating that all evening pretty much. It makes it more interesting, more fun. Alright. Almost there. Another reroll, almost done. Man, all this conversation about food is making me hungry, even though I had a large meal already. Food is like my only weakness in life, where no matter how full I am, give me like a couple hours, and I might get hungry again. And the thing is, I only eat once a day, so it's even worse for me. So, when I first started like doing once a day diet, right? I used to watch a lot of cooking videos just to distract myself from the feeling of hunger and just basically satiate myself, or rather my eyeballs, with the beautifully presented like dishes. And I used to watch like MasterChef and like Hell's Kitchen or whatever, no, just watching these beautiful meals being prepared, or you know, rather Gordon Ramsay just shouting at people, and me having a ball because of that. That was my go-to. And that was my go-to strategy. Nowadays, I don't really have that anymore. I don't really watch videos like that anymore because, you know, there's only so much cooking time I can allot to such endeavors. I have games to play, you know? That was a good time. Because there's nothing quite like, you know, having a large meal and then a couple hours later, Gordon Ramsay just screaming out on where it's bloody raw. Just, you know, to get your blood pumping. And, you know, the man looking for lamb sauce within the vicinity of 10 square miles. Wrecking havoc wherever he goes. In order to find said sacred sauce. Ah, good times, good times. Love that man. He might be a bit of an ass, but in the best way possible. Alright, I think we're ready yet for another reroll. Let's see if the gacha gods will smile upon a poor soul yet again. Alright, Ichigo, please, obliged to come home. Nope. Looks like that was a dud. Okay, let's see. Best way, well. I guess best way is a pretty subjective statement. You did get me there, Liz, but the beauty's in the eye of beholder, you know. Okay, looks like we're not gonna get on this reroll, which is fine. That's fine. You can get him every time, I guess. Alright, that's... I can deal with that. That is okay. Where was I? Right, let's go. I think we're at about our 10th reroll by now. Something like that. Oh wait, hold up. Forgot to do this. Okay, let's go with this one. Let's change our strategy. Maybe if I ask Byakuya to come home, he will. You know? We gotta change up our strategy occasionally. We can't go with the same one every time. Gotta mix it up. Okay, that works. I feel like I'm gonna crash Crunchyroll's database by making 10 bajillion accounts on their server. There's gonna be like a news article tomorrow. Crunchyroll service mysteriously erupt in a sea of flames. Allegedly from a certain individual in Europe making way too many accounts on their server. They couldn't handle it. Erupted in flames in very mysterious circumstances. Meanwhile, I'm here losing my mind over getting Bald Man for the 1000th time. Alright, I'm back at it again. Actually, I probably should switch on the light because it's kind of getting dark. And my poor old peepers can't keep up with the darkness within, shall we say. while the cutscene plays out. The break effect reminds me a lot of Aizen's skills. Because he has like a purple hue. And I just like to imagine whenever we use counter, Father Aizen just pops out of Hoekamundo. He's like, did you ask for help? I mean, to be honest, I think I do deserve like a stake share, you know, of at least 10% in Crunchyroll LLC. And I think that's a very reasonable request from a very reasonable man. Ooh, come on, don't do that. Do some breakage. But the thing is, over the years, I amassed, I think, over 100 Gmail accounts just from re-rolling in different games. So the thing is, I could, if I really wanted to, make like 1,000 accounts. And that's just the kind of prowess I have. Because depending on the game, some games didn't allow like salted accounts. So I had to actually register like proper Gmail accounts. So I used to like make a Gmail account almost every day while playing different kind of games. And I just amassed so many of them that nowadays on my phone I have them all on like Gmail app, right? Just so I can use them all at the same time. And occasionally I would wake up and I would have like 110 notifications, and it would be the same notification from 100 different Gmail's accounts. So every other morning I would think that I'm getting barraged by like messages. In fact, it's like Hoyoverse telling me for the 1,000th times that Paimon misses me or something, you know? And I'll be like, Paimon, not today. Block. But yeah, that's always quite an experience. Because what it makes me do is actually check all the other emails, because what if there's something important with it? What if I won like a lottery or something that I never participated in? What if my Nigerian uncle finally found me and would like to invest into my up-and-coming business of pyramid nature, shall we say? It's like, there's a lot of opportunity there. You're sending me emails, Liz? What is this, 1997? What do you mean, emails? I never knew you sent me an email. I'm gonna be real. In fact, I don't remember the last time I sent an email that wasn't involving work. Because to me, I use emails for very specific reason. And that is to store all my, like, stream, thumbnails. Look, I'm just surprised that you would have resort to sending me an email. Because I never seen it. And now I want to actually find it. Because I just imagine it's like, Dear Lux, your whereabouts recently have been quite concerning to us. We would like to locate you as soon as possible, or else the consequences you shall suffer will be quite severe. Please respond in due time. Kind regards, the almighty Demon King, Liz herself. Postscriptum. I will burn all your tea if you don't respond. You know, something like that, I imagine? Yeah, yeah, I remember that time. But but to be honest, that was a pretty rough time for me. So I haven't kept up with anything, to be honest. I mean, that was probably the craziest experience ever for me, because that was the first time I actually spent that long without my phone. Because I got so used to having my phone with me all the time that I just didn't have actually anything to do in the hotel while I was staying. So I was forced to essentially go outside. And that was a very new experience for me. And I didn't like it. But yeah. I'm surprised you never told me that. Because that would be something that I would be screaming from the rooftops as soon as I was showing up back again. I know, Liz, I know. I mean, sometimes a man goes through his enlightenment arc, shall we say. Or woman, one of the two. And I went through mine. When I was forced to go and socialize. The worst circumstance known to mankind, interacting with other fellow human beings. Truly appalling, if anything. Alright, let's see what the Inoue's brother has to say to us. You went right next to me, Liz. Do you understand that the distance between Florida and Mexico? It's not even close. It's literally on the opposite coast. Golly, Liz, I thought I was bad at geography. Well, that's alright, I'll forgive you. Mistake easily made. Well, you see, Liz, if you send it to one of my emails, that it could have been any emails, really. Because, as I said, I have more than 100. I'm a busy man. And just to make things interesting occasionally, whenever people, like, ask me for one of my emails, whether work or, like, anything else related, I would just go to my, like, my emails, and I would see, okay, which should I give you? Let's make it interesting. So sometimes I would get like emails that I just given to somebody. And I would get an email from them like a month down the line. And I would completely forget who I given it to. And more times than not, they wouldn't even introduce who they are. It would just be like a random email. Just being like, this is a business opportunity we would like you to invest in. And I'm like, excuse me? Are you from Nigeria or not? Because if you're not, you're clearly not credible enough to waste my time like that. As only a real Nigerian entrepreneur would be worthy to make me invest into them. But yeah, anyway. I know, Liz, I was just pulling your leg. It was just a little bit of a hootenanny, shall we say. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. The man is down. We're almost at our pool. But I will look at it today. Because I'm curious now what you actually said. Because it has been pretty much a year at this point, and I never seen it. So that's an artifact of an ancient time, if anything. Um, yeah, send me. I'll take a peek because I'm sure it was nothing like you actually said that was bad. You probably were just really worried for me. But I just like to imagine that it was like a very passive aggressive threat that was written in like just one paragraph, no commas, no punctuation, all in capital letters. It, which began with like, "Dear Lux, I was informed recently of your unfortunate departure to the greater beyond, and I would like to inform you that I'm not particularly pleased with your disappearance. And as such, I would like to ensure that you come back to the world of living and respond to my direct message. Otherwise, the consequence shall be severe." All in capitals, as I said. And at the end, your ever so dear friend, Liz, who may or may not hold your tea collection hostage until your further reply is received. And it's just like a picture of you holding a bag of tea from my like closet or something. With a little lighter right next to it. Like a lonely sorrowful tear drops on its eye. Or like package, you know, that you just put there very coincidentally. I was actually thinking of getting one of those like combo cutouts of like Zhongli and putting them right next to like my tea closet where I keep all my teas and just have him as a guardian of Tea Realm. So whenever somebody shows up to my place and they want to go for some tea, they would just open it and there would just be Zhongli staring at them menacingly, judging their choices. But I didn't do it. I might still do it because that now that I'm saying it out loud, it sounds like a good idea. Prevent thieves from encroaching upon my valuable treasures. I know, Liz. I know. Now I'm actually upset at myself that I didn't do it because I had the idea for a while. Okay, so let's see what we'll get from the pools. Can we get a Chigo? No. That's fine. Maybe from singles? Let's see. I'm glad you agree, Liz. I'm glad you agree. Because I think I had the idea ever since I started streaming Edgewood, and I just never, for whatever reason, did it. Because it's not even that hard of a task. You can probably get a cut out of him on like Amazon relatively easy. But just for whatever reason, I completely forgot until now about it. I know, Liz, I know. Trust me. As a pawn connoisseur, I know. Okay. Let's make a new potential threat on Crunchyroll's data security. Okay, let's go with a new one. Okay. Actually, no, that's too long. Okay, that will do. Well, to be honest, I'd rather hear it from you. Because, you know, the difference between me just seeing it and you actually retelling what you were thinking while you were writing is a different kind of experience. Because I just want to hear the threats firsthand, you know, Liz? I want to get the 4D experience. Of what your thought process is, what you were thinking. How armed were you at the time of writing the email? And what kind of plans were you making of potential European conquest? You see, I don't believe that, Liz. There's gotta be at least one thread in there. You wouldn't send me an email without a nice old thread. It could have been a hidden one, though. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Okay, while Rookie is jumping around, I'll take a little tea break. Get some liquid in me. Okay, that's better. Gotta always stay hydrated. Yesterday, I completely forgot to even drink. So after the stream, I remember looking over and I had a full bottle of tea. And I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna have a bowl now. So I drank it all in one sitting. And that was a great time. Actually, I didn't drink it all in one sitting. It kept me awake all night because I was re-rolling until like 5 a.m. And that was the only thing that was keeping me sane. Listen, Liz. I'm not judging. In fact, I'm fully supportive of anything and everything you said in said email. Because as I said, I don't often get emails, especially inquiring about my whereabouts. That would be the first. Because I imagine you asked for my exact geolocation at a time as well. But ending the email was, if you would be so kind, please disclose your closest geolocation coordinates that I may or may not track you by. For no reason. And definitely not for reasons that may or may not harm your well-being. Definitely not. Oof. I knew you did, Liz. You didn't even have to tell me you did. I just know. Oh, come on. I blocked that. I mean, to be honest, I'd much rather you made it like a full-blown threat, you know, kind of like James Bond style. It's like, Mr. Lux, if you don't comply with our demand of showing up at this exact location, at this exact time, you may not like what's gonna happen next. Now, will you? Just go full Mr. Evil mode. The real question is, was your pinky up to the corner of your mouth when you were writing said email list? Because that's what would make you a true born villain type material. It was, I knew it. I knew you couldn't help yourself. Now you made me curious, Liz. Now I need to know what you said, actually. Because I have an image of in my head where it was, you know, a Friday afternoon. You were sitting at your desk, laptop in hand. You crack your knuckles, open Gmail, open a new letter, type my email, pinky to the mouth, and start typing with one left hand, you know? Breaking the sound barrier from the absolute mightiness that said words were resonating throughout the room. The earth's crust was shaking. The aura around you was so great that the gravitational pull were collapsing within you. The volcano started erupting. The earth shattered. And all you said was, well, hello there. Ah. I have quite a vivid imagination, as you can tell, Liz. I like to play out scenarios like that in my mind sometimes. Because when I was a kid, I used to think about comebacks after like arguments with my friends, and I would play out the scenes in my mind of like what I needed to say and how would they respond, and then how I would respond like constantly. And usually that would be like a couple days after the argument itself as well. I would be like, you know, having a meal, and I would be thinking like, yeah, I should have said that. Just out of nowhere. And sometimes that would happen while I was in a company with other people. And they would just all stare at me like I was having a mental breakdown. Because I would start giggling to myself out of nowhere. And man, those were the times. Oh, with the email, listen, Liz, I'm just pulling your leg. It's absolutely fine. You can reach out to me through email, through message in a bottle, through pigeon carrier, through, you know, a very oddly placed package on my doorstep. I mean, the possibilities are endless. You could send a very inconspicuous duck to deliver it to me. They may or may not be spying on me afterwards. It's like, I'm not judging. But yeah, it was... Because the thing is, I wasn't like a very strong social butterfly as a child. And more times than not, I wouldn't have like a strong comeback immediately. So it would always take me like a minute to think of something. And by the time I thought of something, it was already too late to say it. So it was kind of pointless. But I still like to replay those moments in my mind in order to make myself feel like I won, even if I didn't. Give me a little bit of closure, shall we say. Nowadays, you know, I'm much better at it. Because I can think of something on the fly, but back in the day, it wasn't as easy. And it takes talent as well, you know? Not everybody can clap back like nobody's business. Because sometimes you gotta get the business, and sometimes the business shall be given. That's just life for you. It's quite a strong juxtaposition, I just realized, between me battling literally 4-meter tall giant demon worms and whatnot, and then just having a nice relaxing piano music in the background, you know? Because I just imagine Ichigo going through these intense battles, and there's just some lo-fi beats blasting in the background instead of number one. That would be a very different vibe that Bleach would be going for. And to be honest, I would kind of want to see it. Just pummeling enemies to half-inch of their life, and just jamming out in the background to like Despacito or something. Just having the time of his life. I'm glad I could brighten the mood, Liz. I'm having a good time as well. As evident by me giggling all the time. What do you mean insane mindset? I feel like that's the most healthy mindset to have. You gotta make your own fun one way or another. I mean, I know you know all this, but at the same time, you're implying that you are. I mean, look, life is all about what you make it. What is the point of living life like a plain Jane when you can be a Happy Harry or something? I don't know, what's the opposite of it? I mean, look, what is normal? Normal is merely a concept of mind that society dictates. As once a wise man said, society. And he pretty much left it at that. Said man was Joker, Mr. Joker, rather, himself. The Mr. Musical Man. Not the Bond villain, but the opera singer, shall we say. I never actually watched it, but I can't believe they made Joker into a musical. That quite a leap, shall we say. Alright, the next reroll is ready. I don't know, Liz. I mean, if everybody was as insane as we are, that would be the norm. All we need to do is just to ensure that everybody else is exactly like us. And that would be the new norm. Because why bend to society when you can change it? Absolutely, we live in a society. Alright, Alright, Ichigo, are you coming home? Let's see. Okay, no, is the answer. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Maybe singles? Doesn't look like it. Still a chance. Still got a couple pulls. Let's see. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep going. We still got all the time in the world. It's only Saturday. We still have at least another 30 hours we can be re-rolling for. And losing our minds collectively. Alright, let's go with, okay, that's a good one. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting to press that. Okay, let's go with, okay, that will do. That will do. No. I know about the meme. That's why I giggled to myself. I mean, that was a pretty big one, to be honest. I'm pretty sure you gotta be living under a rock. And even though I do, I still know about it. Which just showcases that we do indeed live in a society. Of memes, that is. I kind of lost count how many rerolls we already did, but I assume it's in double digits at this point. Which is fine, you know? You gotta do what you gotta do. Nah, I don't think it's in triple digits yet. So we haven't reached quite that point yet. Although, with the way things are going, we might soon enough. Like, I don't think I would ever have enough brain power to do like 24-hour stream. But today might be the day. Just re-rolling for 24 hours straight, you know? $99, that's not quite there either. I was thinking more like 20 or so, but you know, I do appreciate the enthusiasm. I mean, I did once upon a time re-roll like 185 times for Diluc and Genshin, so you know, I'm a man of persistence. And no matter what, said persistence will pay off eventually. I mean, I told you that before. Well, the thing is, when I was re-rolling back in the day, I had all the time in the world because Genshin released right during like the COVID times, right? So I had all the time in the world because that was right around the time when I was working from home as well. So I wasn't like burdened with going anywhere. I know, Liz, I know. And I would just wake up, you know, go play Genshin, and I would reroll. And I would reroll about 5 to 10 times a day, which took like solid 5 hours. And that would be my life for like a month or so. And yeah, it wasn't my proudest moment, but it was a moment, shall we say. That built a persistence unlike any for myself. I wouldn't recommend it because that's quite a torturous experience, shall I say, because it takes like half an hour to do it, and to be honest, it wasn't really worth it that much. But you know, I definitely proved the point that I didn't have any self-respect. Liz, you are correct on that regard. However, I did manage to complete my mission because what happened was I was pulling for Dilek, right? But that was right around the time when Zhongli had appeared. So what happened was I would pull on like standard banner, and then whatever like star glitter I had left over, I basically would spend on limited pulls. And out of nowhere, with I think like 2 pulls or something, I got the man, the myth, the T-Bank himself, Mr. Zhongli. And after that, I did 110 pull, and there he was. The Red Menace himself graced me with his presence. So at that point, I had the 2 gentlemen that I was absolutely stoked to have. And the best part is that after doing my second 10 pull on the standard banner, I got Dilek's weapon. I got Wolf's Gravestone. So now I had Zhongli, I had Dilek, and I had Wolf's Gravestone. So I was set for success. And I grinded the game. I completed everything. I completed all the achievements. I completed all the explorations. Completed all the quests. Everything was 100%. All the way up to the Chasm, when Chasm got released. I 100%ed everything. I saved up all my Prima Gems for a day when I would have to unleash them. And I spent it all on Kazuha to get his C2 and weapon. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to do so. I lost every single 50-50 on both weapon and the character. In total, I got 2 Kazuhas and 1 of his weapon. And I lost 3 50-50s on the character and 2 50-50s on the weapon. And, you know, that was a time when my soul was crushed and my spirit was broken. And that was, you know, there was a time of self-realization, because I took a long, hard look in the mirror that day, and I said, not again. And I made a new account. And then I played with, I think it was Raiden Shogun and, I don't know, I think it was, who was it? Ayaka's brother. I forgot his name off the top of my head. It's been a minute. Ayata. So it was Raiden Shogun, Ayata, and I think I had Nahida at a time, and that was my team. That was a squad that was running. Which, to be fair, it was a bad account, but still. I never forgot that betrayal. It resonated with my soul to this day. As it showcased me that no matter how hard you try, sometimes you're just not meant to succeed. Listen, Kakarot, you gotta do what you gotta do. You don't understand, you little young whippersnapper. You were born in a time when you had all the characters that you could possibly wish for within the Genshin universe. You know, you had your Kazuhas, you had your Nahidas, you had your, you know, novelettes. Like, you were living in large and in charge. Me and Liz, we were struggling. We were playing with Klee. Okay? We were playing with Deluxe and Chi-Chi's. We were struggling. But hi there. Hopefully you're doing well. Well, yeah, because that was, remember, that was the first account I used to stream with. That's where I go like Scaramouche and whatnot. That account I had for ages, and that was like my last account that I actually made, before I made the novelette one, which is like, I guess, my latest one. Listen, Kakro, desperate time called for bold decision making. And bold decision making is all we had, was Liz. We were making moves, making choices, and suffering consequences of their choices. I always thought Kazuha was great. Because the thing is, he was released right around the time with like Golden Apple Archipelago. And that was, to this day, I felt like one of the funnest stages they ever made. And I was surprised that they just deleted it out of existence instead of making like a permanent map. Because that was, I think, the last time they actually put a lot of effort into designing an event that was super cool. You take that back, Kakura, how dare you? Unbelievable, this kind of slander. In a sacred domain? Ah, no respect. I mean, to be honest, your dedication for Zhongli was a little bit stronger than mine. Because I only ever got him like a C0. I never went for dupes. You see, you upset the Zhongli enthusiast over here, Kakarot. Now you have to bear the consequences. You knew what you were doing. Alright. While you two duke it out for Zhongli's honor, I'll go and turn on the lights. Because I need my peepers to be nice and seen, shall we say. There we go, that's better. Oh yeah, the little maneuverable one. I know. That was actually the first time I think you had it. Was on the Golden Apple Archipelago. As I said, that was, I feel like, the last time they actually put a lot of effort behind an event. Because imagine this, you create a whole map. You know, you put a bunch of like treasure chests in there, quests, and you just delete it after it's done. That takes some gusto, you know? Not everybody can just do it. And to this day, I don't think they outdid themselves with that one. Because that was the only time I feel like they actually put tremendous amount of effort into designing an event. And afterwards, it was just more like story-driven, I guess, and whatnot. Did they have more? Okay, I mean, granted, I haven't played Genshin in like ages, so they might have done similar ones. But that was like the first time where I was like, wow, Genshin is cool. Can't really say that anymore, can you? Just kidding. I know they redid the Golden Apple Archipelago later with like a castle or something. I never played that one, but I heard about it. Okay, we're almost there. On the path of rerolling. And you know why that is, Kakarot? I'll tell you why. Because Novelette and Reiatsu carried Fontaine Arc on their two big, beefy shoulders. You know, hand in hand, staring at each other's eyes. Unfortunately, no, yeah, Reaper. I'm trying my best, but still no luck for now. But we are close to another reroll, so maybe this time. Maybe this time. And also, when you think about it, the only reason why Sumer was decent was because of my boy Dotre and Alhida. Listen, that is a cap, Kakarot, and you know it. Without Novelette, that arc would have been nothing to write home about. The man carried it single-handedly. That's cap, if you think Furina did. Furina was merely a supporting character to his Novelette greatness. You know it, I know it, Liz definitely knows it. A bit too much, probably. Okay, so we are on our next rerun. $600 incident? What are you talking about? Is this something I'm not aware of? I mean, I had Furina, you know? She's a good character, but still, Novelette is a goat. Okay, let's go and, let's pull. Ichigo, can you come home? Okay, nope. Doesn't look like it. Maybe it was singles. Let's see. Can we get lucky here? Doesn't look like it. Still 2 tries. In a shop, let's see. Not that one. This one. Look, Kakarot, I don't keep up with drama, you know that. I'm a man of precision. I value my time, and I would like not to waste it on the pointless beef, shall we say. Alright, let's keep going. Grind never stops, as once a wise man said. Well, the thing is, Reaper, you need at least 50 pulls in order to guarantee the other SSR. So sometimes you only get 30 pulls, and basically, if you go for that banner first, you kind of stuck with, you know, trying to go for Ichigo afterwards. So I feel like if you get Ichigo, that's a main component, so at least you can guarantee that you have them. This is not a leak, Kakarot. These are salted accounts. You can literally type anything Crunchyroll email and it will accept it. Like, for example, just to prove a point. You see? And just like that, I made an email in 0.5 seconds, Kakuro. You can't quite match my prowess. That's just how good I am. What do you mean it's corny? Unbelievable. Well, this man, you can never please him. Listen, you young whippersnapper, how dare you disrespect this old man? I'll let you know, while you're whippering and snappering, I was fighting dragons in the domain known as RuneScape. The kind of prowess you'll never even think of achieving. Oh, you summoned the corn demon. Kaka, what have you done? The man is linking connections, having a Sherlock moments inside his brain, connecting all the dots. A bald eagle flies by. Did somebody mention freedom? Just make sure you don't mention oil, because then the real freedom starts. That's when metal eagles fly in. You know, the 2.0 version, shall we say. I mean, water guns and freedom do go hand in hand, because war could be more freeing than, you know, having your own pool at, like, in the middle of the desert and playing water sports by aiming hot toys at each other. And, you know, asserting dominance within the water domain. That's what true freedom is all about. Is it, Liz? I didn't know that. I didn't even know there's different kinds of eagles. Well, no, that's not true. Okay, let me rephrase that. I didn't know different eagles sound differently. Okay? I've probably seen this still over Urahara's foot at the bare minimum 20,000 times at this point. Look, I misspoke, Liz. I've been re-rolling for 4 hours, okay? It was merely a slip-up. Because you know how in UK, well, I'm not sure if you do know, but In UK, basically, every single swan is owned by a royal family. So maybe in the good old America, every eagle is owned by the Freedom Land. Only the true freedom connoisseurs can unleash their prowess. I know, that's what I said. That is what I said, Liz. If I meant America as in country, I would have said USA. Liz is about to pop off. Liz, did you know that Mexico is indeed a state and not a country? How to make a Mexican individual mad? 101. Did you know that Mexican food originated from Texas? Ever heard of Tex-Mex? Okay, look, I'm sorry. I was just joking for legal reasons and also for fear of my own survival. All that I just said was a joke, okay? None of it was intended taken seriously. Let's just put that out there before I get a very strongly worded email from Liz this afternoon. So, dear Lux, your statements today greatly upset me, and as such, you will not be making it out of one piece after tonight. In fact, I am boarding the first plane to the Tea Land, and I'm gonna find you. Listen, Liz, as I said, it was merely a joke, and meant to be taken as such. I didn't mean it seriously. Unless? No, I didn't. Unless. I'm just pulling your leg, Liz. Come on. You know that I know that you know that I know that it was a joke. Or was it? It was. Alright, now that I upset Liz and collectively the entire populace of Mexico, now we can continue. My obligatory Mexican slander for the day is out of the way. And now with the peace of mind, we can continue. However, just so we are clear, I love Mexico. The food, the people, the eagles. Wonderful. But you gotta admit, it is pretty funny that some people do think that Mexico is part of USA. It is pretty funny. I'm sure, there's gotta be some people that go to Texas and they try Tex-Mex and they think that that's an authentic Mexican food and they're like, they go back to Albuquerque or something and they're like, oh yeah, tried the Mexican food? Absolutely wonderful. Oh, golly. Is it? I just look at my phone, it looks alright. Something going on with it. I mean, to be honest, after YouTube tweaked the stuff with, you know, the user handles, nothing would surprise me, to be honest. That is true, Liz. That is true. Yeah, I think for whatever reason the actual chat in like YouTube stuff sometimes doesn't send messages, but the ones on screen appear, and I think it might be YouTube basically filtering them for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe Liz was like slandering the good old USA, and Father YouTube didn't like that, so decided to, you know, censor her in real time. Look, Liz, I never said that the Mexico is not an eagle land. I'm just saying it is funny that a lot of the things that Mexico is actually known for, people associate with USA. That's just funny to me. I don't know. At least you can be proud that you don't have something like Rocky Mount oysters or deep fried butter in your repertoire, shall we say. You're a little bit more refined than that. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. That's like... have you ever played any Chinese game which had like chat filters? Sometimes they would filter the most random words possible just because like the middle of the word would have a swear word inside of it, and they would filter the entire word altogether. So in a lot of these kinds of games, you would have to speak almost in code in order to actually say what you mean to say. And that was always funny to me, because sometimes people would get so creative that they would find a way to insult somebody, still using the same words, just in a different way. That's what true ingenuity comes into play. Because anybody just throw insults willy-nilly, but not everybody can make them unique to bypass the almighty filter. I didn't say it was your fault, Liz. I'm just saying. Oh, is a man gonna troubleshoot in real time? Right, we're almost at another reroll junction. Was it? Okay, I didn't know, because the thing is, I haven't really used chat and Genshin that much, so I never noticed it. But apparently the censorship in like Chinese games is crazy. They're like, they mute essentially almost every single normal word that you can think of, just because it has like some sort of conjunction with swear words, or, you know, some naughty words or whatever. But I see you're doing the good old script stunt. I see. But that's the thing. I always find it weird that you're censoring in-game chats, because at the end of the day, who cares? It's like, obviously you can censor like swear words if you want to be like quote-unquote family friendly, but like, why censor normal words? I never got it. Yeah, it's so weird. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It would be like, I don't know, what's like, I remember there was a couple that you couldn't say. Country, what, no. No, it wouldn't make sense. No. Hold up. There was a few that I could remember. They block C4? But what if you're playing like you know, a battleship game and you're saying to your opponent C4, you know? What if they a little like a one square ship in zone C4? That means you automatically lose. That's like a trump card essentially. That's priorities right there, Kakarot. We don't want any explosive in our games, but F-bombs on the other hand, we all for. As long as it's not a physical explosion, we okay with that. Okay, Ichigo, are you gonna come home? Doesn't look like it. Unfortunate, but there's still a chance. Oh, forgot about that. Okay, let's get these two. I've seen the video you dropped. I haven't watched it, but I've seen you dropped a video about the new game. Is it any good? To be honest, with Hoyover's games, I don't have a lot of hope, to be honest, nowadays. Job simulator? Expand on that. Do you actually have like 9 to 5 where you play for Hoyover's HQ and you do like paperwork for them? And get rewarded with like a couple coins that you can summon an extra pretty file that you can put all your paperwork in with like bedazzlement on it? Is that what's happening? Because if it is, that's quite ingenious. Because why hire employees when you can hire your fans for free? Free employment is always a winner. Okay, this will do. Well, graphics aside, it all depends how good the gameplay is, because it might be a pretty packaging Kakarot, but if the game is actually boring as all get out, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Me and Liz already play on hell difficulty real life job simulator. We don't need another one. So you telling me I have to pass an interview in order to play a game? As they do like screening? Like if you're below certain height or like above certain age, they just don't accept you. Listen, Kakarot, you already lost me on the interview part. But it is a fun idea, basically just rejecting players. You are 69 years old, sir. You are too old to play this game. No, thank you. We would not like to accept you. You were rejected. And you would just get like an email from Hoyover's. We are sorry to say, but your application to play our brand new game was rejected. Better luck next time. Oh, didn't Hoyover's move the HQ to Singapore? That could be why. Because I heard that they were moving from China because of all the like censorship and whatnot. And I believe they moved to like Singapore or somewhere there. I might have misunderstood, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. So that might be where they're getting all their inspiration from. So if it's gonna be authentic Singaporean experience, basically you won't be allowed to litter, otherwise you go into jail. And I feel like that would be kind of hype. Because I just imagine you like throw a little paper on the ground, and then just like 10 police officers show up out of nowhere from the bushes. It just swarm you around, pin you to the ground like, hold right there, criminal scum. Prepare to pay the fee for your crimes or face the law. That would be kind of hype, not gonna lie. Right after you pass the interview, you're getting thrown into the slammers immediately by just throwing your resume on the ground. I feel like that would be pretty authentic. Because I believe in Singapore there's a rule that if you like litter on the street, you actually gonna go to jail. I'm not joking. That's an actual rule. And to be fair, I think that's fair. Like, I think that's a good thing. Because, you know, if you're a normal person, you don't just litter on the street. I mean, to be honest, I'll probably try it out and when it does come out in like a couple years or so, but the thing is with Hoyoverse games, I just don't have super high expectations, to be honest. Because like Zenless Zone Zero, their latest game was okay, but it wasn't anything like spectacular, I'd say. So, we'll have to see. I guess we'll see in a couple years, then. Well, to be honest, Hoyoverse has all the money in the world from, you know, the big cash cows, the Honga Star Rail and Genshin. So they probably can make a game within like a year if they really tried. But we'll see how it goes, I guess. Marketing campaign, Liz. Why do I wanna play Job Simulator in my games? I already do that on a daily basis anyway in my work. You telling me I have to create a full contingency plan and ensure that my investment go into the right channels? Do I need to liquefy my funds, Liz, or not? Do I need to sell all my Primo Gems in order to ensure that my financial stability is secured? To be honest, I feel like the mobile gaming industry is just too massive for them to pass out, so they probably will make it work one way or another. Because when you look at Chinese, like, mobile game market, it's huge. Because I remember seeing a graph, and all of the sales of, like, mobile games, I think 55% of it all comes from China. And basically the rest is like the rest of the world. So more than half of all this mobile game sales in the world coming from China specifically. So that's a lot of money we're talking here. And not everybody has like a PC to play a game on, but everybody has a phone nowadays. So the accessibility is a big part of that, probably. So I feel like even if they do switch to Unreal Engine, they probably will find a way to tweak around with it. Is Love in Deep Space Unreal Engine? Because, I mean, isn't Dread Knight Abyss run by Unreal Engine? Because I think that there are a few games who already managed to, like, figure it out. I think it's just very... Guna game. What do you mean, Guna game? Are you talking about Love and Deep Space? Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I saw you were talking about Dread Knight Abyss. I was about to say, have you seen your meeting? How dare you? Okay. I mean, to be honest... is it not? I mean, Unreal Engine... I've definitely seen it in games, like mobile games before. Because I don't think it's a new concept. I think it's just much harder to optimize for mobile phones to not explode. Because if you ever played Wuthering Waves on your phone, it actually lags quite a bit. But the thing is, it also lags a little bit on your PC even. Like, the loading screens are so massive because of that. So, optimizing is the hard part, not making the game with it. Well, Unity is much easier to program, and it also doesn't suck away your battery as hard. I know, but the thing is, Unreal Engine kind of grows and develops all the time, so I feel like they will figure out the way to put it on mobile games as well, soon enough. At least in a very efficient way, because I think it's just the difference between like programming code behind it. If they can optimize it, I'm pretty certain there's going to be like the next best thing for mobile games. Because nowadays they're all kind of more like each other. There's nothing really unique about them graphics wise. Because you're only limited by essentially your engine rather than artists. Because artists can do an amazing job, but if your engine can't keep up with it, you know, you can only do so much. I think there might be the way, because unless the 5 is more optimized than 4, because 4 might be easier in the respect that the hardware is much better nowadays for mobile, so it might be able to carry it easier. Yeah, I know it's Unreal Engine 4 for Wuthering Waves, but the thing is, Wuthering Waves came out, like, what, a year ago? So, and Unreal Engine 5 only been around for... Did it release in 2023, was it? 24? Somewhere there? Focus on this fight. I keep getting distracted and getting my absolute being rocked left, right, and center. Oof. Okay. There we go. That's dealt with. That is true, Cairo, that is true. But the thing is, when it comes to mobile games, you don't necessarily play for graphics. You know? Usually, graphics are just a nice addition, but you can definitely make do with just Unity to make a game look really pretty. Like, for example, this game, I think made with Unity, but it looks really good. So, you know, there's an argument, do you really need Unreal Engine to make a really good game? And probably not, to be honest. Because at the end of the day, if the game plays good, feels good, and looks good, that's all you kind of need. Because graphics is no end-all be-all. If the gameplay is fun, I feel like that's way more important. Okay, almost at another reroll. Just need to do a couple chats here. Oh, come on. Don't do that. That, I do agree with that. But the thing is, I feel like mobile gaming will evolve soon enough where a lot of companies will realize that it's much better to make it adaptable to PC straight away and just allow people to play on a mobile as well if they want to. Because if Wuthering Waves or like Genshin when available on PC, the games wouldn't be as popular, I feel like. Or at least they wouldn't be as popular in the West. Because mobile gaming is huge in Asia, but it's not as big in the western part of the world. Because a lot of Western audience prefers PC or like consoles to, you know, your standard phone. Because not everybody wants to just have a brick in your hands that overheats after playing like an hour. And also the screen is tiny, so if you're like a big guy like me, you know, it's not necessarily the most comfortable thing in the world. That is fair. That is fair. But there is a way to avoid it, and that is by just making separate clients and just upscaling the resolution basically, so it looks just as good for PC as it is for mobile. Because that's not too hard to do. Like, I understand that there's a difference in like fluidity and whatnot, but it's still possible. I'm getting all the Yachirus. Where's Ichigo though? Where's the big man? I know, but I mean, it's fair enough, because when you think about it, it's not a big thing like PC gaming in the Asian part of the world. They mostly just do mobile game because everybody has a phone, as I said, but not everybody has a PC. It's more a Western part of the world that's like much heavily invested on like PC gaming and console gaming, because a lot of people prefer it that way. You know, they like big screens, they like to be able to see the graphics pretty well, but in Asia, people, I guess, just care about accessibility more than anything. And that's fair. As I said, there's plenty of mobile games that are actually really good. You know, it's not like if it's a mobile game, it's automatically bad. In fact, quite the opposite. Sometimes certain mobile games are better than PC games, in a lot of cases. This will do. Alright. Black Myth Wukong was pretty good. I haven't played it myself, but I watched a couple, like, Let's Plays on it. Things look good. I mean, that looked awesome. And the thing is, I don't really understand why the western part of the world didn't capitalize on our myth. I mean, we have gosh dang Olympus, we have North Gods. You know, how hard would it be to make a game about like Hercules going on his trials? You know, just put Hercules, a normal guy who scales up and fights these ginormous creatures, you know, the Nemesis Lion, the Hydra, like, how cool will that be? Instead, they're making games about, like, you go around chasing people in GTA 6. It's like, That's not very fun now, is it? Because there's so much potential. So when you think about it, there's not many games based on like actual mythology that are really good. Like Hades is one, God of War is one, but like there's no lot of other variety that like specifically go with protagonists as from mythology as well. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people praised it because it was good. And that's the thing. It was. I mean, every single God of War game was awesome. Because, like, Kratos is just such a likable character, because he goes through basically being this absolute Chad that slaughters anyone and everyone in sight, to just being like a dad, essentially. And, you know, trying to figure that stuff out. Which I appreciate. But, yeah. And that's the thing, that's what I mean, like, Hades and God of War are the only two games that I can think off the top of my head that are, like, based on mythology. But mythology is such a cool concept, like, we have, like, the Egyptian gods, we have North gods, we have the Greek gods, like, so much potential that could be used for, like, cool game concepts from, like, different gods' perspectives, you know? You can go from, like, Zeus's perspective, how he went against Titans and how he overcame his father. You can go from, as I say, Hercules' perspective, how he went through trials. You can go from, I don't know, like, Odin's perspective, how he managed to get, like, the almighty eye of knowledge and whatnot, how he, like, sacrificed his eye in order to obtain it. Like, there's so much potential. Yeah, if he ever gets adapted to a movie, that's probably going to be the end of God of War. Because that's usually where the downfall of a lot of games happen. When they get adapted to movies. Animated movie, though? If it was, like, properly animated, I would watch that, to be honest. Because that would be kind of hype. You know, just seeing Kratos beheading every single god in sight in, like, anime form. Oof, that would be lit. Just like a full 2-hour flick of condensed God of War lore about him going from, you know, just a foot soldier to essentially slaughtering the entire Olympus. Because God of War lore is not that huge. And the first few games could probably be condensed to a couple of hours, to be honest, if you try hard enough. Because it was animation, at least you're least likely to screw up. Well, you never know. You never know. They might hire like a proper animation studio from the East and actually make it good. But yeah, in the West, unfortunately, we don't have that many options. Which is unfortunate. Because, I mean, you have the other way around where some of the like anime gets made into live-action movies, and let me tell you something. There's always a sin against God in anything that's holy. Because even Zeus himself would probably cringe in fear whenever he sees like a Dragon Ball movie or something. That stuff is cursed. And one of the worst offenders is Death Note live action. That thing actually almost gave me brain rot. I'm not even kidding. Because it made Light into essentially a very perturbed teenager who was trying to chase girls and show off his power to them. Instead of being this cold, hard, calculative, you know, genius who was trying to rid the world of all its plague, as he would describe it. That is true, but the thing is, Disney has a very specific style of animation, which I don't think God of War would benefit from. I feel like if it was taken from the eastern part of the world, it would have been better. But that's just personal preference, because, you know, I am a weeb. But no, I can't argue that Disney has good animation as in, you know, visuals. But their movies are just not that great, to be honest. Like, they're okay, but, you know. Can you imagine? Zeus just rocks up, fully tanned, braided hair, you know? Well, hello, my fellow gods. How can I help you today? I don't know, it's... Arcane would be good. That's a good point. That's a good point, Kagura. I wouldn't mind that. Because that would be a decent style for it, I feel like. Because Disney style is very, like, cartoonish, you know? And it's not a bad thing. It's just, it wouldn't really work for something like God of War, I feel like. Because you gotta have a little bit of gusto to it. And Arcane style would actually be quite good for it. Riot does amazing job. Like, they don't miss, you know? With their music videos, with their trailers, they always go all out. And then, when they, like, make an MMO at some point, I'm not sure if that got scrapped or not, but I'm pretty sure at some point they were trying to do it. It was made by French people. Interesting. I mean, to be honest, it's not a bad thing. I always had a mindset that if you're copying something that's good and adding your unique twist on it, that's always a good thing. Because being unique doesn't mean necessarily being good. There's a big difference between the two. And one does not always equal the other. Ooh, there's some harsh words right there, Liz. But fair, but fair. I mean, when was the last time you heard of Hearthstone? Oh wait, that's not right. Never mind. Was Riot Hearthstone? No. I'm thinking of what was theirs? They made like a card game that I think flopped tremendously. It was like leaked characters. I think it survived like a month. Because Hearthstone is Blizzard. So, but I do remember there was Riot one. Well, that's the thing. Riot, as I said, music and video-wise, absolute top tier. I mean, back in the day when I used to still play League, watching the animated, like, finals was so hype. Yeah, there was one, but as I said, I think it went into Shadow Realms before he could even fully walk, let alone stand up. Because I mean, the team fighting tactics or whatever it's called, like the one game mode in League, I think that was pretty fun, and I feel like that was the only other game that they were decent at besides League. Never played Valorant and whatnot, so can't really comment on that. But yeah, it's pretty good otherwise. Listen, Liz, someday, I'll need to mentally prepare myself. I mean, that's like an occasion that I feel a lot of people who don't even play the game get hyped about. And that is a music videos for every single, like, yearly, you know, league tournaments. And that's what I feel like made League as popular as it is. Because if they didn't make those music videos, I don't think they would be even half as popular as they are now. And that is just a power of really good marketing, which I appreciate, because, you know, it's actually good stuff instead of just fluff, masked by pretty pictures, shall we say, smoke screens. Listen, Kakarot, how absolutely dare you? I'll let you know, you young whippersnapper. I used to be among the greats in League. I used to be a master of my craft. And I will not stand for such disrespect. What do you mean, we're progressing, Liz? What is it, some sort of indoctrination? We slowly but surely try to make me play League, bit by bit, planting little seeds of deceit in my mind. Unbelievable. I don't take any meds, Kakarot. I survive on nothing but pure enlightenment. It is what it is. You youngins will get it one day. Unbelievable, Liz. The betrayal comes from the most unexpected place. Out of nowhere, like lightning on a clear day. Okay, I think we're ready for another temple. Let's see if this time we can get Ichigo, because it has been quite a minute since the last time we got him. It has been about an hour and a half, which is quite a while ago. After those consecutive 3 pulls of Ichigo, we haven't really seen him again. So hopefully this time, we'll actually see the man. Alright, let's go back. Listen, Kakarot, truth is in the eye of beholder. Okay, nothing. That's not great. Ichigo's hiding from me now. He heard me praise Mr. Aizen and decided to cower in fear because of that. Unbelievable. Alright, back to the re-rolling grind we go. Alright. What shall I make this time? Let's see. I think this is pretty fitting. Oh, interesting. So you got your nephew's birthday. Ooh. Well, how old are they? Which I assume is a trick question because I said the first birthday, so I assume it's 1 year old. And Liz is already offering a console. Liz, what do you want? I think just ask Liz what she wants, and I think we'll go from there. It's probably going to be the equivalent. I mean, I'll probably get them like a stuffed toy or something, like a little teddy bear maybe. Maybe some like, you know that the thing on like a cradle that you put on top, and it kind of spins and plays like music. With like little toys on it. You can get one of those. and then you can get some um with like little lights as well. Those could be pretty cool, you know. Let them jam out while they go to sleep. Well, I'm just giving you options. I'm just giving you options, you know? I'm a man that offers my suggestions. Other than that, I mean, you know, you can maybe get them some, like, t-shirts or something. But I don't know if babies actually wear t-shirts. I'm pretty sure they butt naked almost all day, every day, except diapers. So, you're kind of limited there. But I think either stuffed toy or one of those like spinny thingies so they plunk rattles, I think that would probably be the good one. Yeah, can't go wrong with a teddy bear, you know? That's usually a go-to, like, or any stuffed toy, because when I was a kid, I used to have this giant gray rabbit that my mom got me when I was like a very tiny, like 1 or 2 years old, and I had it all the way until I was 10, until I lost it. Because we were moving and I misplaced it somewhere, but it was ginormous. It was the size of a very large child. And it had a little carrot in its paws and big beady eyes. They were soulless. But I love that little guy. I called him Uhastik, which is basically means Mr. Ears, but in a more endearing way. It's there's not really an English word for it, but trust me, it's pretty endearing. I guess the closest one would be Mr. Big Ears, but you know, it's not exactly the same. Ooh, that's interesting. Kakura, do you think Liz is expanding her nation by infiltrating, you know, India at this point? I feel like there's something afoot. You know, that such coincidences don't just appear out of nowhere. She might be expanding her army. One demon soldier at a time. If you see, you know, a streak of dark energy emanating from your nephew, you'll know. Although Liz had something to do with it. Can babies even eat cake? Us. Yeah, Kagura, that's a new one. You know, you had the British one, now it's time for the Latin one. The Spaniards couldn't get you last time, but now they're coming for you. But yeah, that's surprising that babies can actually eat cakes. I mean, you can probably eat anything as a baby, I guess, because it's pretty soft, but I guess I just never heard of it before. Listen, Liz, what do you want me to say? I'm a man of words. Just say what you want me to say and I'll say it. I'm not trying to divulge your secrets. I'm just merely warning Kakarot of potential impending, you know, threats within, shall we say. Oh, that's fair enough, Kakarot, that's fair enough. It was probably more for adults, to be honest. Because to be fair, when I was a kid, a lot of the time, when it was my celebrations, the cakes that we would get would be something that actually my parents liked rather than me, because I didn't like cakes at all. So they just would get it for themselves, and then essentially for me, they would just get like ice cream or something. And to be fair, I was content with it until I found the delectable treat of a cheesecake. Because even as a kid, I never liked cakes. Except there was actually two cakes that I didn't mind. One of them was Medavik, which is basically very thinly layered dough encased with sour cream layers infused with honey. It's absolutely delectable. And the second one was called smetanic, which is basically uh, sour cream based cake, and that one was delicious as well. Those are the only two that I actually really loved as a kid. But the problem with them was that they were really calorie dense. So after like one slice, you would feel like you ate an entire army worth of food. But they were amazing. Look, I'm not saying anything, Liz. I just had to warn a man, you know? I can't just let Kakarot be, infiltrated without knowing what's coming. It's not necessarily he's gonna stop you, he's just gonna, ensure that your conquest is not too expensive, shall we say. Building is a good one. You can probably get them like some of those, you know that game where you put like blocks of different shapes into the same holes, like cut out holes, and there's like usually 3 of them, and you basically just shove blocks of the exact same shapes into them. I forgot what the toy called, but you can get that, make them nice and smart from 1 year old, make them learn the shapes. Oh, you can do teddy bear that talks. Although that could be a little bit of a red herring, because it depends what it says. Because it could be. Have you ever seen Five Nights at Freddy's? I wouldn't give 1-year-old Legos. That's a recipe for disaster, Kakarot. The amount of stories you hear of little kids swallowing Legos